and Mike for the auto hosts. Really appreciate those. Alrighty, let's see, where was I? Audio levels are just fine? Excellent, thank you very much, guys. So, maybe a brief introduction to anyone who may not be familiar with this run or whatever we are doing here. So, this is Final Fantasy V. This is a game that was not originally released in the West for the Super Nintendo. There was, however, a Game Boy Advance version, if I'm not mistaken, that was translated. This is the Super Nintendo version with a fan translation. More specifically, this is already a basically save state play thing that we started quite a while ago. It's about 1.5 months since last time I ventured into this, and what we're doing is we are doing a solo character solo chop challenge. So in Final Fantasy V you have the option to just freely choose and switch between any chop that you have unlocked so far. There are, I believe, 2 more chops that we can technically unlock, but other than that it is, I think, something like 21 or 22 chops. There's a knight who is basically giving you base strength, agility, stats like that. So each chop class gives you a base amount of statistics on the right side. You see strength 20, agility 28, vitality 28, magical power 51, attack 16, defense, etc. All those stats are fixed as a baseline per chop. So if I choose to go for a knight, he has much higher strength but much lower magic stat, for example. He also has much more HP and lower MP. HP is health points, MP is magic points. So the idea of Final Fantasy V is, because you can freely switch between those chops at any time, is that you master your chops, and then here I now have the chop class White completely mastered. What that does for me is I am able to switch to another chop class and still use White spells, for that matter. The other chop class, obviously, if I choose a knight, the White spells are not going to be as powerful, but I can use White spells on a knight. And so you can basically combine and mix and match all of the chop classes however you want in a regular playthrough. This, however, is not a regular playthrough. This is a challenge run, where I use just a single character, Ferris in this case, and a single chop class, White Mage in this case, to try and beat the entirety of the game. And it has been quite a journey so far. You see in the bottom right, time 18 hours and 44 minutes, and that is only the time that we spent actually progressing. There was one boss in the Ancient Library that we fought for literally 4.5 hours until we beat him, because we needed to run him out of magic first, and then slowly plink away in his health with very low damage, and also survive the entirety of the time. So yeah, that is what we are doing here, and currently we are in the process of trying to defeat a boss called the Soul Cannon up there in the sky. Since we have an airship, there is a flying fortress flying around. We need to enter the flying fortress to prevent them from destroying the Earth Crystal so the big bad guy does not get released. This is approximately about in the first third of the game, so we are not all that far in yet. But it's going to be hitting a point where our White Mage will actually gain some attack points. For now, our poor little White Mage, he has a flail as a weapon. He has that since almost the beginning of the game, basically after the first boss was finally defeated, which was quite the ordeal as well. We gained our flail, and now we still use the flail. We also have a healing rod, which can be used to heal yourself with, indefinitely, with basically a Cure 2 spell, which is handy, but also not all that strong, which kind of has a different problem entirely. We also have a plumed hat that gives me a slightly more magic defense, which is what I need. Bard armor, same deal, it's basically more defense and armor. And an angel ring. We have 2 other options for equipment, but the Angel Ring is currently the best thing. Angel Ring protects you from the aging status, which reduces your level over a period of time, like every 3 or so seconds you lose 1 level. So it is actually pretty bad, since all your base stats are fixed. You only gain a little bit of more, well, base stats are fixed based on job class. You only gain a little bit more strength, magic power, whatever, and defense through equipment. That's it. So the only thing that levels do to me, or bring me, are getting higher HP, higher MP, and that's it. But since a lot of calculations, including damage and magic damage, are based through levels are somewhat important anyways. So there's that. Does it matter which character you use? Ferris, Lena? Basically it matters on the baseline that only this guy here, who is normally called Butts, is actually actively in your party the entirety of the game. All the other characters sometimes disappear and switch out, etc. Ferris is the second most prominent character in your party, and I like Ferris more. There will be a brief period of time where I will have to switch over to other characters here, where Ferris is not in my party, but that is going to be very, very, very brief. So, for that, I would say let's go and continue. Oh, give me a second. I actually have the thing to high frequency to announce the thing. Okay, that was an introduction to Final Fantasy VII and F7? 5. This is basically one of my side projects that I like doing once in a while, and it is quite tedious and also exciting when you finally beat stuff, but to a large degree pretty ridiculous. So this is Soul Cannon. Soul Cannon consists of 3 portions. 2 rocket launchers, which hit you with little rockets that deal exactly half of your health and damage and would create the aging status in your character. I tried to get rid of them first. They have about 800 HP and explode. Then there's the main portion of the Soul Cannon, which has about 12,000 HP or so. And the issue with that thing is, the little rockets never kill you. They only ever deal half your HP and damage. But the Soul Cannon, the main portion itself, it deals half of your maximum health and damage and inflicts a slip status. Slip reduces your HP over time. It's kind of like poison, just it takes pretty much every second. And also here, I already made a mistake. Boom. As you could see, it's exactly half my health and damage. And essentially what that means is, if I get hit by a little rocket, and then the Soul Cannon before I heal in between, I'm straight up dead. So, I have to heal between the little rockets hitting me and the Soul Cannon every time until I manage to defeat the little rockets. Once I manage to defeat the little rocket launchers, I would basically win as long as I start healing enough. The other issue is the Soul Cannon, the main portion, starts speeding up. So it gets faster and faster and faster, and I only get 1 or 2 attacks in every turn. So I try to squeeze in as many attacks on the little rocket launchers as I can. And to answer your question, there is no spell that would be helpful here for our poor little white mage. I even considered removing certain equipment pieces to make the white mage ever so slightly a little bit faster. But unfortunately, we are already at the lowest possible equipment weight. Also, I should start counting hits. Hey, greetings, Happy Squid. How are you doing, sir? And thank you for the good luck. I can never use that. So, Elixirs heals my HP and MP to full. What I should have done is actually wait, because now I'm dead. I should have waited on the little rockets after they fire, so I used Elixir before the Soul Cannon hits me, but after they fire. I need to get back into this now. So yeah, there's that. If you have any more questions, we are going to be here for a while. That is literally what we are doing. If you'd like to see the other portions of this, I have them all uploaded on YouTube or highlighted on Twitch. including this entire setup and chat including. Also, let me close my window real quick, be right back. Oh, also happy. Happy. When is the 4-Chop Fiesta going to start, by the way? You know that? I don't know why, but I'm looking forward to the 4-Chop Fiesta pretty much every time now, ever since I started doing that. Ooh, 56 damage, that's really bad. So, the main issue with the White Mage's weapon, the flail, is it has super variable damage. The two advantages of it is it pierces defense by, I think, 3/4. So defense is pretty negligible on enemies. But the big downside is that also it does full damage from back row. Usually most melee weapons only deal half damage. Either way, let's reset this. I don't have enough damage already. The big downside is 30% of the time, I believe, the flail just outright misses. And there's nothing you can do about that. Just pure chance. And then, it also has highly variable damage, as in it can deal 50% of the base damage or 150%, I think, something like that. Did I just attack the main cannon? That was not clever. I really need to focus the damage on the little rockets. And as I said, currently I can get 3 attacks in before the main cannon fires. In the second turn that is 2 attacks, and then it's usually just 1 attack, but I try to go for 2 as well. And then after that it's guaranteed only 1 attack before I have to heal. There we go. Doing fine. Glad to hear that. It starts in May. Sometime still, indeed. So yeah, for anyone who does not know, the reason why I even started playing Final Fantasy V and got into all those silly challenges and those kinds of things is because, or thanks to, 4-Chop Fiesta, which is an event that starts in May and somewhere in August, I believe, where, as mentioned earlier, you are allowed to pick and choose every character between all the chop classes. Final Fantasy V, however, has a rather interesting system where it allows you to, let's see, little rockets should fire soon. Okay, I have a chance that the little rocket misses, and that happens I need to guess whether it misses or not, since there's no indicator. So either way, the 4-Chop Fiesta assigns you 4 chops randomly, and you have to stick with those 4 chops the entirety of the game. You unlock 1 chop each time you get to a crystal in this game. And it's actually a lot of fun. I did my first playthrough with that kind of setting. Oh my god. I would be dead if I don't heal here because of the slip status. But the issue is if the little rockets hit now, I'm dead anyways. Or am I? Alrighty. The rockets might still hit me. Okay. I needed to heal twice during this turn, which is really unfortunate. And because the big cannon will fire quicker and quicker, this is going to be an issue. Also, the slip status is just really, really brutal. Because all damage is basically percentage based, it almost doesn't matter whether I level up and gain a bit more maximum HP. Yeah, I tried to cut it a bit too close to using the elixir there. Hello, Headriser, how are you doing, sir? So much energy, indeed. And greetings, Elman Beastio. How are you doing, sir? So yeah, if you have never played Final Fantasy V, and you feel like you would be overwhelmed by the vast amount of chops you can select in this game, because I would have been, I highly recommend you check out the 4-Chop Fiesta and just do your playthrough with it. Final Fantasy V is interesting in that every single chop combination can be completed, and almost every single even solo chop class challenge can be completed as long as you know what you're doing. But it's nice to have just basically a idea of which classes do you pick, and then you just mix and match between each of the classes. I missed twice, that is already no good. I need to deal 800 damage to the little rocket launcher as soon as possible. I managed to kill one of the rocket launchers once. To give you a brief idea, I think I tried this guy for about an hour or 1.5 or so already. But that was quite a while ago, so I need to get back into the swing of things. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, the RNG in this game is actually very limited. I'm actually deliberately fighting a random fight here. To change up the RNG values just a little bit. Save again. Because the RNG is so limited, if it was perfectly random, I would get a different fight every single time. But that's not quite the case. And that is especially apparent if you have actually tried to do a solo Berserker run at some point. So often you will see the exact same outcomes. A Berserker is a chop class in this game who just attacks on his own volition. Always. And you cannot control him. So trying to do a run with a character that can not be controlled in boss battles or in battles in general is just kind of ridiculous. Not even tricky or difficult, it just takes a long time to line up RNG and figure out the correct equipment setup for stuff. Did I already attack 3 times before this? I think I did. Yeah, I'm going to die here. That was a bit silly. Yeah, that was not good. The problem Yaga had there lies in the battle speed. High battle speed is beneficial since it just makes enemies slower, but every time you get your turn there's a small delay until ATB moves again. The slip status doesn't care though and keeps ticking. Indeed. Indeed, that's also exactly what I would say. Happy. Yes, that does keep it nice and simple, and you almost never will get a chop combination that is just bad. Actually, pretty much never. There's always a chop situation where it's going to be fine. I'm waiting for the little rockets to shoot. But not too long, because both of them can miss, and there's no indicator for it. Yeah, alright, that was a good elixir. Optimally, I would want to just kind of bank on them both missing and use the elixir early and start attacking again. But that's just, well, not something you can necessarily do. Also, if they immediately hit after I get hit by the soul cannon, the slip status is just going to be super brutal. As in, it's basically multiplier effectiveness from the slip status. Now I have to heal again twice. There's no way around that. It starts in June even? Oh. So I kind of bank on the other cannon missing. One of them fired early. Oh, alright, I'm dead. One of them fired early, and the other one I have... Let me actually check my magic defense real quick. By baseline, they have a 100% chance to hit, minus 1% minimum. I have 20% magic defense, which means 20%, something like 21% of the time the little rocket launchers miss. And greetings, Lethlin. How are you doing? Oh. Ow. 91 damage. If I'm lucky, I can defeat one of the little rocket launchers in just 2 cycles. But you would need to get kind of insane luck there. That is barely over 100 damage with just 3 attacks. That's almost worthy of a reset already. But let's see. I need to practice getting further anyways. Looks like it misses or didn't fire. You're doing well. Glad to hear that. Oh, come on. Should I attack the other rocket launcher once in a while? As in just to switch up things. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Even though RNG is limited in this game, it's not that limited. Also pressure increase. Okay, I'm going to immediately heal, hope that the little rocket launcher misses and try to get in another 2 attacks. Alright, I'm dead. It's only 20% chance for me to avoid the little rocket launcher, and I have to gamble a bit on RNG. Otherwise, there's no way I would be winning. Since if I just heal every turn, eventually the little rocket and the cannon will line up almost perfectly and kill me, basically instantly. Red runners, run to make QDD or something. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm really not in shape. So we'll see how that's going to do. I mean, I know Secret of Mana really well, so I can make it as simple and straightforward as it gets, basically, but that's still going to be rather tricky. Doesn't help that flat flail damage is pretty pathetic and really random. Yep. The little rocket thingies don't even have defense, so the defense piercing effect of them is just completely useless. So I bank on the other one she missed. Good game, Yaga, indeed. Ow. Basically slip damage is doubled because the little rocket launcher hit me immediately. I need to get 2 attacks in. Okay, I missed again. That's getting pretty gnarly. Okay, I'm going to bank on the little rockets missing. Wait, I might be dead here anyways. Alright, I'm dead anyways. Never mind then. Okay, let's target the other rocket launcher. So far I always press left to target the rocket launcher. Instead of the main cannon, let's hit the right side instead. Oh! I have to press left twice instead. I forgot that you can attack yourself. Hey, the Wind Waker, when is Fantasy Star? After we are done with Final Fantasy VII and Breath of Fire. Might take a while, but I'll get to it. Fair difficulty. I mean, this is just randomness. The other fights are more interesting. At least I think so. Did I already attack 3 times? No, that was the third attack. So now we wait for the little rocket launchers. Okay, let's see. No! Oh, I hit the wrong rocket launcher. Derp. And immediately slip status hits me 4 times. I basically have to heal immediately. Otherwise I'm just straight up dead. Explosive pressure increased. I hit the wrong one again. Derp derp. Oh, that was a bad attack anyways. I can only act twice. I thought I could act 3 times. No, I can only attack twice. RIP. Volcan is a very infamous fight even if you do it normally. Yep. Yep, that sounds about right. Especially if you don't know what's going on. But actually, that is one of the things why I started to really like Final Fantasy V, interestingly enough. Essentially, Final Fantasy V does not shy away from bosses that have a gimmick to them. Once you know the gimmick and once you know how to handle them, you can basically just use a strategy or use many different strategies per boss even, and get through no problem. Well, if you have access to all the chop classes, that is. Or at least certain specific ones. And there are so many different variations and strategies that you can employ. It's quite fascinating. Oh, I should not have attacked there. Also, I missed twice, so that was pretty bad anyways. But it is actually kind of a strong contrast to Final Fantasy VI in that case, or as many know it, Final Fantasy III for the SNES in the US. That game, Final Fantasy III, it does have certain gimmicks to the boss battles, but you can't just use your standard party. You're kidding me. You can't just use your standard party and always win with that standard party, never have to change the setup. Which, bosses do have certain gimmicks to them, they can vary slightly, so it can make it quite interesting. To an extent, but most of the time you can basically heal through everything anyways. As long as you have your party at least somewhat decently equipped. The bosses are not terribly threatening. This game here is quite the opposite. It doesn't necessarily... You cannot usually just go with the same party into a fight without changing up your strategy for a lot of bosses. It works on some, but a lot of bosses, if you know how to exploit their weakness, it becomes ridiculously easy, or if you have something properly prepared for them, for that matter. Not just ridiculously easy, but actually beatable in certain instances. Like, there is a really crazy boss fight at the end of the second third of the game. That thing is really difficult to handle, in my opinion, as in actually genuinely difficult. If you realize that you can burst through the first phase, and that he has a second phase, which is much easier to handle, then you will have a much better time. But other things like here, the Soul Cannon specifically. If you realize you can actually target and kill the little rocket launchers, and they only have 800 HP, the fight suddenly becomes a lot more manageable. Pretty good damage on the rocket launcher so far. Now I have to wait. And also I avoided a lot of rockets, so that's pretty awesome. The slip status will eventually stop taking down so quick. But I bank on the little rocket launchers not going before the Soul Cannon. I already heal, and I will then subsequently be able to attack a bit earlier. Okay, this could be an interesting fight here. Ah. I think I can only attack once. I'm going to try twice anyways. Yeah, I think that was bad. Okay, I bank on the second rocket launcher missing. I have to heal. I can't wait. Flip status is too strong. Nice, it missed. I might be able to defeat one of the rocket launchers here. Ah, not quite enough damage. And the cannons missed, that's awesome. Launchers, I mean. Nice, one down. I attacked twice, that's bad, isn't it? I think it's fault. No, it's not. I don't know when the other rocket would fire. I hope it doesn't just before the soul cannon hits. Alrighty. I only get one attack now between each thingies. The rocket hit immediately after. That's unfortunate. Now I have to wait. I can't wait too long. There we go, that was good. If I used the elixir too early, I would have been dead. The thing is, if the soul cannon and the rocket launcher just line up, I'm dead anyways. 147. Now I can count damage. I believe the little rocket will not fire before the big cannon. Alright. But it might fire right after. 147 plus, that is 266. I didn't see it fire yet. I have to wait. I bank on the soul cannon being faster again. Ooh, that might be bad actually here. Should I wait? I'll wait. Okay. I hope the little rocket misses. I think it will attack before the cannon. It missed. Pretty sure it missed. I lost track. About halfway through. I think I have to wait. I have to wait either way, no matter what. As in wait with healing, that is. Rocket, please hit me. That way I know whether you're hit or not. Okay, I don't know whether it hits or not. Round 48. Okay, I bank on the soul cannon being faster. Okay, that little rocket launcher actually missed. I would have gotten my elixir in before anyways, but the regular rocket launcher is... I think I can attack twice. Potentially one more attack and we should win. Maybe. Okay. Oh, I think this all kind of should be faster. Alrighty, faster. Yes! Alrighty, here we go. I'm going to use an elixir first. I don't know how much my healing stuff heals anymore. That's been too long. Alrighty, now the slow grind on the soul cannon begins. It has about 10 or 12,000 HP. I equip the healing stuff and I'm going to hit myself with it afterwards. Just don't make a mistake, and we are all good. 500, that's almost enough to not worry about it at all. So basically, I kind of don't want to use elixirs if I have the option to. So someone may want to count damage. I'm not going to count damage. I'm just going to play the rhythm game here. I'm only going to attack once per cycle. Then just heal afterwards. I guess I could technically attack twice sometimes, but I believe the soul cannon is eventually going to be too fast for that. 507 damage it is. I just need to be careful that the slip status does not drop me below that threshold. That's kind of dumb for the little rockets to not have a visual display when hitting. I guess I can heal twice too, instead of using elixir. The thing is, a lot of things I dare to say were not necessarily intended in Final Fantasy V here. Like, the little rockets attacks being basically magical and can be avoided through magic evasion. I don't think they necessarily accounted for that. Also, you would not necessarily expect players, back then anyways, to push a challenge to that level that it would actually matter, so to speak, for that to be a thing. So basically, as long as I don't mess up now, I win. That's kind of the thing. I cannot mess up. How many times was that? 6, 7, 8? Something like that. Also pressure increased. Also you can change weapons mid-combat. Weapons and shields, which is really nice. I actually like that of this game. There's another game that I played, Tales of Fantasia, which does not allow you to do that. I'm going to use an elixir here afterwards. Just for simplicity. And before I accidentally hit the soul cannon of a healing rod. Yeah, that can happen. In my casual play, I was pretty prone to accidentally hitting enemies and healing them with the healing rod. Just kind of derped. That's the thing I do, I guess. So it's not unlikely. But on the other hand, I did not make a single mistake with the healing rod on Byblos, which was, as I said, a 4.5 hour fight. So this one should be less than that, but still might be an hour or so still. We'll see. Oh boy. Final Fantasy games are well known for their oversight. Goblin Punch is a good example. Why is that an oversight, if I may ask? I personally don't necessarily think Goblin Punch is an oversight. I think Goblin Punch is just a rather interesting ability. It never misses, and if your level equals the enemy level, it does like 8 times damage, which is pretty awesome. I guess Goblin Punch is not intended to work with the likes of the fake Excalibur weapon. Killed enemies in Final Fantasy VI with the healing rod. Yeah, I mean, it auto-equips it. Oh. It auto-equips it, right? So you don't necessarily pay attention when playing Optimum in the equipment menu and... Oh no, I'm healing enemies again. Not again. Oh, hang on. But that can happen. I can easily attack again. You know what is the most interesting thing to me, or one of the more interesting things about this game specifically? I don't get sick of the bat music. I heard that theme for 4.5 hours straight. Actually, it was technically more than that. But I still don't mind it. Almost lived there, yeah. But it should be fine. I'm really determined to not make a mistake here. I mean, if I heal the Soul Cannon accidentally, whatever, it just takes a bit longer. But if I accidentally die, I would have to grind out another few attempts until I manage to defeat those little silly cannons. Hey Unjerf, how are you doing, sir? Also, by the way, I decided to not level up my character any further, because that would increase, well, her max damage, max HP by more than it would increase my healing ability. And thus that would be actually kind of bad. You don't like it as much in this game, but I guess it's not as upbeat and therefore easier to listen to for long periods of time. Yes, it's just kind of... it's really easy to listen to for a long time. I didn't count Quadlight, I'm sorry. But 1,000 sounds about right, so 10 times more damage. Also, by the way, the way I currently farm this game, I go to a relatively low-level area. That is because the enemies there are all undead, so I can just one-shot them all. So it doesn't give me a whole lot of experience, but it also has a chance for dropping elixirs. And I know I will need 99 before I complete the first third of the game. So, yeah. White Mage is the healer class, yes. White Mage is one of the, if not the weakest offensive class. Actually, Summoner is ever so slightly weaker in terms of attack power. But at least they can use daggers. Daggers in this game are overall quite good. Unfortunately for our poor White Mage, she can only equip staves and wands, which don't have particularly good offensive archetypes for the most part. Elixir farm? Yep. We farm 99 elixirs in a low-level area, which levels up my character ever so slightly and slowly all the way. Actually, what I do during those farming sessions, I tend to read solo character challenge stories by Zola, for example, or, well, other short stories once in a while. Just because, why not? Might as well. Oopsie. Like Mage also can't equip rods. Oh yeah, that's true. Rods is a thing. There are wands, staves, and rods, all three different things. Aren't those? No, it's only two. Wands and rods are two different things. There's no third one. Basically, wands allow you to equip flails and bludgeoning weapons, so to speak, alongside the healing rod. But there's also rods. Rod type weapons. It's actually kind of interesting that the healing rod is not a rod type weapon, isn't it? I guess it just says healing. A healing staff. XDEF battle theme? XDEF's battle theme is quite something, I have to admit. Agree with that, less honor. There's a flail on the Morning Star, yes. There's nothing more. And the Morning Star is not until way later in the game. I guess it's quite a bit later, it's not way later. The healing rod is a bit casual. Yep. Oh, healing wand. I remember heal bombing in Ragnarok Online, that was fun. Oh yeah, that was quite a thing. I never actually got to do that properly myself for the most part. Because it was inefficient because I was a battle mage. Battle priest, sorry. However, I did get a MVP once. By healing Drake. Just kind of healed Drake over and over again until he fell over. Essentially there was a little competition, and there is, in the sunken ship in Ragnarok Online, there are screen transitions or just area transition warps. And you can abuse those by just healing an enemy and quickly jumping through the warp again. Then going back in, and you have something like 5-second spawn protection. Heal him again and run outside again. So I did that for like 5 minutes with my battle priest, while the others were trying to figure out how to not get killed by the thing, and there were a wizard and some other dudes. And I did get the MVP there. It was kind of fun. Yeah, with a staff. Trying to heal this guy with a wand would be ridiculous. The first boss in this game was one of the most ridiculously random and luck-based ones that I've ever played in any video game ever with this challenge here. As in, it was really crazy how lucky I got to be able to defeat him. Because I didn't have to flail at that point, which does make quite a difference. It's still way better than the other weapons that I can equip. Full support priest, those were nice. Although there was a pretty big difference between good full support priests and the ones that were not so good. I was able to play with some that were really good. Wait a second. I want to say one of them was called Drakatos, but I'm not entirely sure. The other one was Zero. There was also one that was called Ghost. Quite a few of them were really awesome. Slow and steady wins the race, because if I don't die, he will eventually die since he can't heal himself. And yes, this is how the White Mage Challenge works on the Earth. The estimated time of arrival is like an hour from now. Which is why you don't necessarily see someone do a White Mage solo challenge. Other character solo challenges are way more reasonable, even though they still cost you quite a bit of investment. But they are more reasonable. I was always kind of lazy with leveling my characters, so I never got high level, but for some reason the one thing I liked doing in Ragnarok Online was I liked leveling mages to top level 50 for some odd reason. Basically, compared to other classes, mages had a distinct difference to be able to kill pretty high level enemies that were very weak against fire type attacks, and were also easy to defeat as mages as long as you knew what you were doing. But the big downside on that area is, or was, that there were also enemies that were ranged, which is a big issue. So you would easily die if you get hit by those stings, I think they were called. I like those guys. Farmed those for hours on end and brought something like 15 or so mages up to top level 50. Usually, most of the time, it was not just a mage. I had a second account, and a third one even at some point, where I just sat the character in the corner, shared experience with that character while doing that. It was quite something. Greetings, Arbel Nox. Good afternoon. How are you doing, sir? You have to stop yourself from keeping track of the damage, or you'll lose your mind. Please do lean back and just have a discussion or something like that. Don't worry about the damage. That's okay. Oh, get up straight. It's alright if you don't keep track. Eventually he will die. It doesn't matter if I know when that's going to happen exactly or not. But I'm just going to keep hitting this guy until he falls over, and healing myself so I don't fall over. Yes, please preserve your sanity. This is one of the longer-ish boss fights. No, actually that's not even true. This is just one of the boss fights that has a certain gimmick to it. But pretty much all the boss fights are going to be this long until a very specific point in the game where I will finally acquire Holy. Did I? I did. And yes, sorry, I absolutely know I'm in for the long haul, that's just how this works. Which is why this is a side project. I'm not doing this particularly often. I'm just chipping away on the progressing through the game once in a while, and I'm going to be really happy having beaten the Soul Cannon here. I'm probably going to play a little bit further, but not even necessarily going to approach the next boss. Also, in the next area there's going to be a really good grinding area for characters that have a lot of, well, that don't kill stuff properly, because there are really high level or high experience undead enemies that are usually rather strong, but you can't just kill them with a Phoenix Stone item instead. So I will be aiming to do that in the next area, and also I have to level up a second white mage to be able to get through the game, basically. So I will be doing that. Technically speaking, this is a solo white mage challenge, and I'm always only going to fight bosses as a solo white mage. Maybe one exception, but I'm still contemplating about that. But that one exception is not meant to be a boss type boss. It's just kind of some enemy along your way that is a bit special. But he is even meant to be beaten by a solo character, and super weak too. That's Gilgamesh in the start of the second world with solo Galof. That would be the one guy if I were to not beat everything with solo mage. So my second solo mage is going to be Butts, or Braska as we named him. I tried to find a good white mage or healer type character from famous video games, and we couldn't quite come up with that, so Braska was just from Final Fantasy X a summoner, I believe, which kind of fits that bill, I guess. And greetings, take it. It's going quite fine, how are you doing? Remember the bug in Ragnarok where you cast Agi up and use teleport item after to just gain you the actual speed increase until you left the area. Really? I've never heard of that one actually, Quadlight. I've never heard of that one. I remember when teleport was still basically at some point you were able to cast teleport while or cast abilities while you already had the teleport window open. They eventually fixed that because what you could do is you could cast teleport and just have the window open, and in order to teleport you just press enter, and that was faster than anything else. Faster than using even the item that randomly teleports you to places, which is the flywing. So what you could do is you could actually open up the teleport and press enter and immediately hit teleport again, and you would have the spawn protection while having cast teleport already. Normally you're not allowed to cast spells, otherwise you immediately lose your spawn protection. But in that instance you could still use teleport just right away while you were still in spawn protection. And there were a few other shenanigans you could do with that, like certain spells, they don't technically have a cooldown, but it's just the animation that plays for longer, and that's why you can't cast another spell or do anything else. But if you just spam your Scream ability from a dancer, for example, through a loading screen, you would end up on the other side using like 15 screams and just literally stun everything. That was really ridiculous in PvP and shunned upon, but some people just did it anyways because it was super ridiculously effective. Problem is that the white mage damage output doesn't really increase. Yes, it increases slightly. You have certain level thresholds where it jumps a little bit up. But those jumps are determined by your strength, how frequent and how large they are. And also, especially, your damage output is mostly defined by your weapon. Oh yeah, in Ragnarok Online, just for reference, what I think was really interesting, but definitely not an intended mechanic is, as I said, a lot of abilities did not actually have any cooldowns. Which means the only limiting factor was that when your character was still in an animation to, let's say, execute a double shot from your bow, you could not cast another double shot until that animation was completed. That was just essentially client-side limiting, but server-side you could spam double shots as fast as you can in theory. Which has the obvious problem of, if someone uses tools to just spam double shots, that would, well, make it pretty ridiculous. Which was a problem at some point, to say the least. But for the most part, thankfully not really. Either way, what you could do as a regular player is you can dance, so to speak. So what you did is you casted the ability double shot on an enemy, and with very peculiar timing, it was very specific, you would then subsequently click onto a different place to walk there. It was actually not just as fast as possible, it was literally just very, very specific timing to do that. And then your character would interrupt the animation halfway through. You can then immediately use another double shot to fire them about twice as fast. Which, that was very skill intense, and also allowed you to kite enemies without them reaching you for longer periods of time, which was quite useful to say the least. And greetings, Nero Trinity X, how are you doing, sir? Whack a worm! We did that a while ago. Hey, greetings, Ryu. Why are you not asleep? Welcome, and how are you doing? How are you doing, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy Diablo 2 and like speedruns, Ryu Quetzalcoatl is your man. Get to his channel, follow him, and just enjoy the show. Oh, I can attack already. So yeah, there's a sandworm in this game, where sandworm is a pretty special boss, especially if you try to do this with berserkers, which you have no control over, as mentioned earlier. We are already past that boss, thankfully. It wasn't difficult with the White Mage, just like every other boss, it takes a while to defeat. But either way, the sandworm... defeating him with 4 berserkers is... one of the most ridiculous fights you can ever attempt. It's just whack a worm. There are basically 2 holes and 1 sandworm, and he switches holes randomly. It doesn't even matter whether he switches holes randomly for the berserkers, since they have random targeting anyways. So they either target the sandworm or one of the holes. And because of how this game is programmed, there is actually not just 2 holes aside from the sandworm, there's like 5. Essentially, I'm not sure how to explain that, it's just how it's programmed. So you have a 1 in 6 chance to hit the sandworm instead of hitting the holes. Whenever you hit a hole, it counterattacks with Demi, which reduces your character's HP by half. So no matter how much HP you have, and no matter how much damage you deal, you still need a ton of luck with random targeting to actually target the boss instead of the holes, and then eventually defeat him. Which takes ages. What happened to the Amazon? I have no clue. I was actually going to buy groceries and suddenly Ryu was gone. Underground passage? Oh boy. Hang on. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I heard you talk about the Amazon a little bit, and I know it's one of the more interesting characters to play. Which is also why I found it a bit of a bummer that you chose exactly her, so I couldn't raise her Or can't raise her still. Are you still going to keep her as your backup after this? Why would you do that to yourself? It's a challenge. It's a stupid challenge, but it's a challenge. And I like stupid challenges for some reason. Greetings, Linoel... Oh, Linoel Lemon? Lino Lemon? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name, sir. And yes, Arbelnox, this is going to go on for about another 40 or 50 minutes. That's just... The White Mage doesn't deal damage, he just... well, she just survives. The White Mage I currently have control over is called Ferris, and it's a lady. Spoilers for the first 20 minutes of the game, you don't know that then. Technically speaking, you don't. You're going to play regularly? Oh, nice. Because I would want to invest more time into the Amazon as well. But I was just kind of... I need motivation to actually run Diablo 2, so I like to do races. By the way, tomorrow is a Assassin Hell Hardcore race with some other guys. Are you going to participate, or are you going to be absent? Pronounce it like Lineo. Lineo Lemon. Alrighty, thank you. I hope that was correct. Lineo Lemon. More than 5,000 damage now. Nice. So we are about halfway through. Has this game ever beaten with solo Mage White Mage before? Yes. Other people have done that before me, which is also partially as to know what I'm expecting. As in, I believe every solo class has been beaten before, technically. Even solo Berserker, but although that was with tool-assisted implementation. With macros and such. So yeah, every single class has been beaten before. Solo, in theory. Solo White Mage is just one of the ones that is more ridiculous than others. You're committed to Zon until you're committed for the RTA. Alright, that is very commendable. And greetings to you, Mad Insane 3, and greetings to you, Dryzolizer. Online if you want to check it out. It has this... Oh yeah, there are write-ups, as basically diaries, you could say, on people progressing through the game with solo characters. It's really, really good to read. The page I can suggest to you is solla.com, that is Solla with 3 L's, SULLA.com, and he has an entire compendium of solo character challenge write-ups. The ones that he didn't do are White Mage, and I believe one other Game Boy Advance chop class. Although T-Hawk, the guy who did the White Mage chop class challenge, did it on the Game Boy Advance version, which plays a bit different than the SNES version. As in, it's different enough to warrant saying it plays different. Especially on certain bosses, like the boss that I just defeated before getting to the Soul Cannon was actually different in that it was more difficult for me. And greetings to you, how are you doing, sir? Rump. Careful with the rumping, I think you need to feed him first. Yes, Gladiator is GBA. I believe he did play Gladiator though, if I'm not mistaken. I believe both T-Hawk and Sola played Gladiator. There's another one that I think he didn't play. Food, pizza is always nice. Thank you, sir. So yeah, I read all those things. I'm not necessarily inventing my own strategies here. Although I did invent a little bit on other ends. You have a question. Whoa. Oh, this smokes 16 rumps in a row. Thank you, Francisa, for 16 rumps in a row. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for such a long time of support. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. How are you doing, Francisa? Hello to you. You have a question. What SNES emulator should I use for Terranigma speedruns? I'm currently using SNES 1.53. For Linux, I don't know for Linux, but the general emulator that is suggested for speedrunning is BizHawk. B-I-Z Hawk, like the bird hawk. You find that on taskvideos.com. The SNES 9X is actually significantly different, especially version 1.53, that you probably want to switch over to BizHawk if, and only if, your PC can handle it. And I guess if there is a Linux version. I don't actually know that. It's happening! Hey H's, how are you doing? Welcome to you. And I'm already sitting up straight, by the way. Hehehehe. And greetings to you, Infinitum. Welcome. How are you doing? So many awesome people. Oh, thank you, Quadlight. Yes, that's the BizHawk that we're talking about. If you want to speedrun and have it as accurate to console as possible, I recommend that emulator. Generally, it is a bit slower than console, but it's better than being a bit faster, as in that makes the comparison a bit more fair, so to speak. Either way, for Terranigma, I did use BizHawk myself, and it worked out to be pretty much the exact same, if I remember correctly. Until I switched to console, that is. Romper Raid! Hey Blood, how are you doing, sir? Hello! I love the little Grimer. Unfortunately, you can't see the little Grimer on the screen currently, as in not on the stream anyways, because it doesn't display Frankerface set emotes. But as all of Europe says that, I don't necessarily think it's all of Europe, it's just for Swiss people, we actually do learn Z in school, yes. That is because the focus usually lies mostly on British English. Don't ask me why, that's just how it is. But for me, saying Z is way easier than saying Z, I think. Because I actually cannot properly differentiate between Z and Z. You know, the third and the last letter in the alphabet. I cannot properly differentiate between the sounds of the two, because I'm not used to it. It's kind of like Japanese people cannot differentiate between R and L, because they are just not used to it. So for me, saying Z is way easier than just trying to think, wait, is that now a C like clown, or is it a Z like Zoro? I couldn't come up with anything else. About 6,000. Nice. You're back. Back very straight. Nice. Sounds awesome. Thank you for the good luck. Here, in this case, the luck potion is already over. I just need to execute the fight properly, not make a mistake, and we win. Eventually, anyways. Another problem I'm having is that basically no split timer works for you on Linux. Oh. Yeah. I don't really have a solution for that, unfortunately. You find you derped extreme on Sunday? Oh. What did you do? I hope nothing bad. You're from Puerto Rico, so Spanish was your first language. Yes. I don't know how many other people that have a similar trickiness with that kind of thing. I imagine it is probably quite a few, but it's just... If you say Z, it's so much easier for me than if I have to ask, which letter did you mean? So that's my reasoning. It's way easier. And completely honest, personally I don't care which pronunciation people think they should take. I know there is usually just kind of a bit of teasing and poking, making fun of each other when you say Z or Z, depending on where you come from. Just kind of also, I guess, a bit of the idea of, look, this is correct, no, this is correct. Kind of like some people write Aries with an S and others with TH. All those things, they don't matter to me. As long as I know what you're talking about, I'm completely fine with everything else. And Z is just way easier for me to know what you're talking about. Write your own. Yeah. Another programmer. That could be a bit difficult then. CCR and CC... ZZ? I have no idea. You overemphasize / struggle similar to what you just did now. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. But proper pronunciation in English is trickier for me. I basically sound like as regardless of which one I mean to say. People will understand me though. Oh, that's nice. I'm just never sure whether people understand me because I don't understand it myself. You never heard the Z until you were 25 years old. Yeah, I mean, for you there's not necessarily a reason to learn it. In school we actually do learn the difference between American English and British English whenever it is actually relevant. Like I did learn that in school, that there's a differentiation between Z and Z for British or American English. We also learned that there are various other words that American English it's that, or pretty often it's small things like realize with an S or with a Z is just kind of depending on whether you go British English or American English. What our teacher basically said about those, look, to me it doesn't matter which one you use, as long as you always use the one from the same origin. After your training course you wanted to reinstall your laptop and using an SSD. You did reinstall, but you forgot to switch to HDD. Oh no! Oh. Sorry to hear that, Blood. I hope you didn't lose anything. By the way, I'm just focusing on chat right now, talking with you guys, so every time I go into the items menu, I need to check which weapon I currently have equipped. Because I just look at my HP values, and I heal every time at about 700 health, 750. And I don't keep track of this fight myself anymore. So I'm a bit slower, but there's basically no way I can fail with this strategy. Uh-oh. I did learn British English in school, but the internet kinda shifted that. Yeah, it's a similar thing for me. It's just basically purely based on... Oh no! It happened! Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, we didn't die. Okay, I didn't know where the cannon was in the cycle. Well, that's like 2 more minutes added to the fight because I accidentally healed him. I was actually more worried about dying because I didn't heal myself in that case. I'm sorry. What's the Japanese name? For what? Ao. I missed that one. It teaches it that I should write like I want, but keep British or American, not switch between. Yes, that makes the most sense. Black Shadow, I agree with that. You're distracting me too much. No, it's awesome. Hello, also greetings to you, Black Shadow. How are you doing, sir? Don't give us all hard conditions. I'm sorry. The Japanese name for Ares in Final Fantasy VII. I see. It's probably... Wait, it starts with an E? As an E? Rizu. It's probably Rizu or something like that. By the way, if I go into item menu, the ATB does no longer progress, so I can stay in there for as long as I want. Last day of sickness, you decided. Tomorrow you're going to work again. Wow. Wish you the best with that, sir. Hope for a swift recovery. You hope getting hit by a giant laser 230 times doesn't have any side effects on Ferris. I mean, she has been clobbered by a book Minotaurus or something like that for about 4.5 hours. I don't think she minds lasers that much, probably. Oh, by the way, each individual character has slightly different base stats. So in theory, if I wanted to go for the maximum strength, which would be kind of beneficial, I would have chosen Bots as my main character. But the difference is not particularly large. And Ferris is slightly faster and I like her more, so that's why I chose Ferris. I think I have to flail, yeah I do. Earizu. Well, let's just write in a Japanese name for everything, right? It's just for me. I understand if people are more attached to one version or the other, like if they just grew up on Ares with an S or Aerith with a TH. But I don't understand why people need to have an argument over it, like getting really passionate how it is right and how it is not right or whatever. I don't think that matters. Just as long as you know who you are talking about. Talk about why did you want to remember that character and not care about a little spelling. Just radiation poisoning. Something like that. Go, who. Ferris? I believe that's Ferris. Because we must purge the heathens. Yeah, let's not do that. That's not nice. Just give them some candy, a cracker, and a pat on the back, and there you go. That's how you convert them. Like butts over barts, just because that's the way I first exposed it. Yeah. I mean, clearly one is technically the official version, one is the fan translation. But really, it's just... true name is Butsa. Because that is what happens when you just smash A through that text box. TOP because you're casually watching, playing? Oh well, I'm probably not going to be done quite that fast Black Shadow, so don't worry, you have plenty of time to get through it. But I hope you enjoyed so far. I did just manage to figure out a really good way to defeat one of, or the hardest boss, although I invest an additional item into it. So, it works. You can use this time to keep Yaga's Kana reading fresh. Oh, or just to teach me in the first place. I would actually kind of enjoy that, to be honest. It helps me, definitely. But let's put it this way. That first letter, I'm not sure. Is that a Fa? I'm really not certain about that. Because Fari... would... Oh. Oh, that's why. The little R is basically changing the sound of the previous thing, which is an F, so it's Fa. Because there is no initial Fa letter in Japanese. It basically just changes the... It was Fi before, or something like that. I don't know what it was before. Then it changed to Fa because it's a small R. And Ri and Zu, I know, but now kind of know. But... wait, what? Did I miss something? Where does that come from? Oh, that's from 7. Interesting. I'm actually surprised they let that go through. Wow. You played the unofficial translation first? Well, so did I. Oopsie. To be honest, I've actually never played the Game Boy Advance version yet. I could play the Japanese version. I just don't understand anything. Matsai's best name. Those are all A. Yeah, basically the first letter of each character set. That thing is Fu, but with the I, it turns into Fa. Ah, I learned. People already taught me quite a bit of Japanese when I was learning Tales of Fantasia Japanese. So that's actually a really awesome way to learn, I have to say. Because it's immediately useful. It is Fu initially. Basically, I kinda sort of thought it was Fu, because in Tales of Fantasia, there's a flare bottle, and the way they write it in Japanese, it is a Fuera Bodoru. So I know which the first letter is, so I know which one is Fu, but it's A because it is a little A and afterwards. I wonder, has its own glyph somehow? What is a glyph? Fu with Karakan we have small letters like small Su for weird things. Wait. Let's not do that again. Oh, I can hit him. You could live translate the game in chat. That would be interesting. And greetings, Edge Crimsons. Well, I mean, I did finish this game a few times, but never the solo White Mage challenge. That just kind of fell by the wayside because I had other things to do. And I also was not at home. Which, by the way, I meant to take the save file with me. But I ended up forgetting about that. $8,000, you guess, hope? Ah. So we are about 80% through. I don't know whether it is 10,000 or 12,500, it's one or the other. Basically, I think he has 22,500 HP, and below 10,000 he will proc a self-destruct mechanism. So I guess it's actually 4,500 more, so we are 2/3 through. So yeah, greetings, Edge Crimson, how are you doing, sir? The F in Japanese kana is a bit weird because that thing is the small U version of group, which I have no idea what that even means on the Earth, but that's probably interesting to know. Oh, what am I doing? I can attack. Glyph as in text rendering. A glyph would be A or those characters. These two glyphs, having them as one could look better. Oh. You're great. Nice, that sounds awesome. Good week, nice weather, and clean your car. Can't complain. That sounds awesome. That thing is fu. That thing is ha. I don't know any kanji yet. I've only learned some basic katakana. And even that I don't remember all characters. I think I'm going to stick to katakana until I have those memorized properly. And then I will start getting into kanji. No, I don't plan on doing that quadland. Let's not do that. That's no kanji, that's hiragana? Wow, okay. I mean, not even giving it the correct name. Good job, brain. Okay, I have no idea what is. Is kanji the Chinese letter type thing is? No? Please don't type bad things in chat. I would appreciate that. Other than that, I have no clue what that means. Can also be wa in sentence. Japanese is weird. I mean, I imagine that kind of occurrence Luckstein would be like letter combinations. Like we have th, which is th, like thump. Which could also be considered an equivalent of that kind of weird. The sound is more like a slight release of air, so you can see a small laugh is up in the back with this letter. Interesting. For a complete note, there are 3 Japanese alphabets and in Chinese there's a letter for almost anything, right? Something like that? Japanese has 3 character sets. Kanji, hiragana, and katakana. Katakana is mostly used for foreign words, as I recall. Yes, I think that sounds about right. Which is also why, for some reason, in Tales of Fantasia, pretty much all items are described in katakana. Because basically they just use the English name for them. Like they literally say holy bottle for holy bottle in Japanese. Which is weird. Because I'm not sure Japanese people would necessarily know what those things are. But on the other hand, to my knowledge, at least in Japanese culture, in video games, basically in video games having English text was a sign of high standards or something like that, which is why that tends to occur in video games, even in Japanese releases of the games, to be having English text or something like that. Really? That is an interesting one. Linoleum. Linoleum. Oh my god. I always want to say linoleum. Wow, I can't even say what I meant to say. Whatever. That's interesting. Lineo. Can I just call you lemon? I'm sorry. Kanji are the complicated characters imported from China. Hiragana are usually used for Japanese words, collection of verbs, of grammar and stuff, and the other ones, katakana, for names and imported words. I see. Job names in this game are actually hiragana. And this one here? That makes sense. Basically, skill names in Tales of Fantasia are kanji. I have no idea what they mean. I just have to learn what they do based on how they approximately look. Mandarin was way easier to learn. Okay. Hey RPG, good morning. How are you doing? From what I remember, both hiragana and katakana have been derived from kanji to make spelling easier. I don't know, we probably can look that up on Wikipedia or so. Hey, we hit him for 49 damage. That's not a whole lot. Having only kanji is kinda clunky though. I feel the Japanese language flows a lot better, but it's more complicated to learn, obviously. I remember there being a RPG to learn Japanese, which I may want to play that once in a while. Kana is pretty easy to learn compared to kanji. Yeah, take that, 49 damage. Oh wow, we even climb up to 77. That's amazing. Go Ferris, you can do it. Well, eventually. I mean, I just kind of imagine Ferris keeps getting lasered and heals herself, and gets lasered again, heals herself, Then eventually she uses the flail and makes a little dent into the cannons. Whoa, what am I doing? Let's not do that. It's not dangerous, but that's not clever. Muscle memory, please. Eventually she makes a little dent into... the thingy. I'm sorry. And eventually the dent is strong enough that the laser backfires and the cannon explodes, right? That's how it works. I like Japan, I would like to visit it one day, but I am not able to learn their alphabets. I think you just have to invest a lot of time into learning those things, as in like... You probably could learn it if you have to. But if it's on your own motivation, it might be more difficult. You said you know Chinese? Currently I have no experience whatsoever in learning a language which does not use the regular letters that I'm used to. Why did I take this challenge? Because I like stupid challenges. That's pretty much it, really. And yes, I just hit myself with a flail. I guess once in a while, Beres gets confused and hits herself with a flail and hits the enemy with a healing rod instead. Advanced strats, RNG manipulation. How long will this fight be? I expect it to be like 1.5 hours if we survive the first phase, which we did. And from here on, it's just me not making mistakes. Hopefully, anyways. You would also like to move there? Interesting. From what I know, the work ethics in Japan are very brutal. And apparently that's also why their suicide rate is so high. But you also can clearly see how much more efficient they are whenever they work on something compared to more Western culture, or... Yeah, it definitely applies to around here and also to American culture from what I know. Where you just don't work as efficiently compared to them. The German people probably work the most efficient in comparison from my surroundings that I know. The hard part is over, yes, the random part is over where I can get one shot within a matter of half a second if I'm unlucky. So we just duke out the battle and heal ourselves until we win. Oh my god, I don't think so, Hers. Eventually we want to win, so we can't do that. Flail him, heal me, flail him, heal me, flail him, heal me, flail me, heal him. Wait, what? No! You could do yourself a Genki book just to need to kick myself in the butt. Just do it! Happy, I believe you are also on the Japanese learning Discord, if I'm not mistaken. So you know about the weird RPG that we could check out. Maybe we should start speedrunning and routing that. We are the best, indeed. Absolutely. This chat needs some Tyrannic emoticons. I was actually strongly considering that. I was trying to find something, but unfortunately I couldn't really find anything that would have been fitting. So if you have a suggestion for turning my emoticons, feel free to post those. It's just really difficult to get emoticons in that small scale. As in, there were a few ideas floating around, like Ark makes some pretty awesome faces, but none of them translate particularly well into an actual emote. Can't you in? Nice. I need to download and start playing that then. Although, I guess I need to balance it out with playing more and less DDR. I just like to get a point where I can read old Japanese video games in Japanese. Yes, I think that's probably my goal as well, initially anyways. Maybe also understand what they are saying when talking. That would be nice. It's right, Luffy, currently SD3, it's quite hard. Yeah, I can imagine. Get up straight. Luffy has a ton of hiragana. Oh boy, that would be difficult to say the least. Well enough to play, but not well enough to understand everything. Which makes the old story-driven games a bit weird. Yeah, I can see that. Items are a lot easier. That sounds about right, because items you also use a whole lot, and so you get to see them very often. So it makes sense that they are easier to recognize. Oh wait, what? Okay. Just checking. To give you an idea, by the way, I'm streaming since about 2 hours-ish. We had about 8 failed attempts until we managed to get to this point. So we are approximately fighting Soul Cannon for about 1.5 hours now, in this attempt here. And I should not lose unless I make a grave mistake. Oh, you're not on it? I can probably organize you an invite. We can do that after Soul Cannon real quick. There is actually one. I think it's there? Hang on. I think it is... It was created by Moonis, if I'm not mistaken. And he also created a bot in there to challenge yourself a little. Come on, Yaga, I'm now contractually obligated to care about your posture. Don't make me glare at the screen. Wait, what? I'm not slouching. About 10,000. Yay. About 10-15 more minutes and we win. Whoever came up with this challenge really wanted to have a challenge. Yep. I mean, other characters are not nearly as bad. Solo character, solo chop class. Like Monk, once you gain a few levels, you just completely obliterate everything in a few swings, and you can just power through enemies, no problem. The same with Black Mage, Red Mage, White, Blue Mage. All of those have just their own capabilities to power through enemies. Sometimes they reach a bit of a hurdle on some enemies, but most of the time they just plow through. Sounds like Muses? Yes, indeed. I'm pretty sure it was Munis. The airship has a lot of fuel in the background. I guess. I mean, it is powered by one of those crystals, or... what was it? Adamantium from the meteor or so? No, the power is something else, isn't it? I don't know what it was. The airship is clearly wind-powered. Sure. The rabbit opens up the food box and gazes long into the abyss. The abyss gazes back. It decreases its sanity by 1. Baby. Thankfully, the soul cannon has a cap on how fast it can go. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. As in, this might be impossible with a White Mage solo if the soul cannon would keep increasing its speed. Time for some Monday tacos. Nice. Enjoy. Oh, that way around. Hope you have tacos too, though. Thank you very much. Not a frog in a taco. Uh-oh. Don't put frogs in the food box. They are friends, not food. To be fair, the frog probably hopped in there on his own volition trying to snatch some of the food. Silly frog. It has 3 stages, then it doesn't speed up anymore. Yeah, 3 to 4, something like that. Although, for all intents and purposes, it might just increase its agility to the max, and eventually it just maxes out. And we only feel like it is 3 stages because it gradually increases, but it also only gets to attack every so often. Also, by the way, for anyone curious, agility or speed in this game is a bit different from later Final Fantasies, where your ATB fills up faster. Speed in this game makes your ATB bar at the bottom, which is, by the way, action time bar, which fills up and then you get an action. It makes it fill up from further into the thing. Like, a thief with very high agility starts somewhere about halfway through the bar. A White Mage starts just before the first quarter of it. And if you have max agility, for some reason, you start almost at the end of the bar, which is filled up really quickly afterwards. Wow! I don't think I would want to eat that either way. That would be weird. I'm not sure about that one. Hey Jack Rody, how are you doing, sir? No, don't put them in the food box. Frogs are friends, not food. We are soon through. We are soon through. Soon-ish, anyways. Monday? You thought it's Taco Tuesday. Eat tacos every day? Yep. Taco Tuesday though, that sounds like a plan. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Ah, but tomorrow is a Diablo 2 race, so I need to prepare sandwiches instead. So no tacos for me. It only has 2 phases and it doesn't actually get faster per se, it just cuts some of the charging up message. Oh, that's true, that makes sense. I see, basically it is always the same speed, but it just cuts out on some messages. That makes a lot of sense. 1100, which means we should have it killed soon. Ah, but not if we keep messing like that. What's wrong with Diablo tacos? I need to be able to eat that while I'm playing. Tacos are best enjoyed if you take your time, in my opinion. 3 misses in a row. And yes, it's kind of difficult to eat tacos when you're in a bit of a rush. With eating tacos before you play, you would need to get up earlier. Actually, I need to do that anyways, but I'm lazy. To be fair, that would... Give me a second, I need to drink something. There we go. It's an omen, better restart. No. If I die, I want to see the game over screen. No superstition allowed. I guess a little superstition is allowed. Let's not lose, please. By the way, I fought Biblos, and I think I died about 2 hours in at some point. No, what actually happened was that I accidentally had enough MP while Biblos confused me, and my white mage cast armor on Biblos, which makes him take half damage, which is my entire point as to why I want to run him out of magic first before I start attacking, so he doesn't counterattack with armor on himself. Which it ended up being faster to actually reset, like 2.5 hours in to the Biblos fight. It was faster to reset because Biblos had armor on himself, so I would actually start doing more damage. It was kind of ridiculous. Easier / safer to keep all the flame on the used elixirs to heal. The thing is, I need to gather all the elixirs afterwards anyways. As in, I need up to 99, and every elixir I use is another 2 or 3 minutes spent farming them. If I'm lucky, it's like 5 to 6 or 7 minutes per elixir. So I have a better farming spot than that after Soul Cannon specifically, so I would like to take advantage of that. As in, a better farming spot for experience, that is. Because I will have to level up to, like, I don't know, level 70 or 80 before we move on afterwards. This will take a while. And D-Width HD. Ferris is under the effect of a status that is called Slip. Slip reduces your HP. It's kind of like poison, but every second you lose about 4 or 5 ticks of HP. It gradually gets weaker and weaker and weaker, but every time the Soul Cannon hits me with this beam, the Slip status is automatically applied again. Also, I don't think it would be easier to use elixirs instead. I guess it would be slightly easier, but I don't think I even have enough elixirs to get all the way through with this. Also, Soul Cannon deals exactly half of my health in damage. Half of my maximum health in damage. Every time it shoots. And originally the Soul Cannon, for anyone who joined us later, had little rocket launchers that target individual party members, and they deal half of your current health in damage, which means a little rocket plus the big laser, you mean instantly are dead. If you do not heal in between. A picture link in the chat. If it's relevant or appropriate, go ahead, Lean. As in, it's probably... Let's put it this way. We win! Oh boy. I was allowed to slouch for about half a second here. Let's not slouch. In my chair, that is. Just a matter of time, indeed. We win. Oh, that took a while, but not nearly as long as the Bibla's fight. Wait, you gain 40 experience from this fight? Most battles you don't actually gain any experience whatsoever. By the way, I'm not narrating this. I will narrate another playthrough of Final Fantasy V once we do the 4-Drop Fiesta, in case you're wondering. So, order of operation. Go down to the floor, save. Wow. You managed to win. How many elixirs did I invest? I'm not sure. I feel like 15? Oh boy. No slouching allowed anymore. GG. No need to play on. Now let's go on a little bit further. Actually, I probably shouldn't go on further yet, because there's stuff that I need to prepare for it. So let's, as a reward, go and grind for a while. As a quote-unquote reward. So, this is the ship graveyard. It's the second area of the game that you ever get into. And in here we have enemies. Like skeletons. Or... I really like the music, by the way. This game has really good music. The more I played Final Fantasy V, the closer it gets for me personally, in my opinion, to Final Fantasy VI in terms of how good it is. I can kill undead enemies with just one blue of spells and gain a little bit of experience. But more importantly, there are those rooms in here, like this one, where there are enemies that can drop elixirs, and I need to farm up to 99 elixirs before I complete the next 2 dungeons. I still have technically time, I could just go through the next dungeon already, but I feel like I want to change grinding and then a little boss in the meantime, then go back to grinding, then do bosses again, just to alternate a little. Let's see. Wait, is that the ghost house from Terranigma? Also, by the way, those guys have a 1 in 16 chance to drop an elixir. Those undead rusks are the ones that we are looking after, but also those weird wave plasma whatever thing is. They are called Carcursor, I believe. Yeah, the Carcursor is what we're looking for. Also, up until now, this was the best grinding spot for a white mage in the game for also gaining experience. Even though it's not fast, it was still the best. Now we have a better one open. By defeating the Soul Cannon, I can now enter that flying air fortress, and in there is a section with enemies that are called Hydras. They are undead, give a ton of experience, are pretty strong, but they can be killed by just using a Phoenix down on them. You see that now too? Wait, you didn't so far? About that Discord inventory. Oh yeah, that's true. Give me a second. Do I still have that? I do. How do I Discord invite? Do I even have that option? I could ask Kashura, she is higher up on that stuff. So she would probably be able to create an invite if I cannot. I assume I can create an invite. Let me see. Leave server. It's a Neo Tokyo style house from Terranigma. Nice, that's awesome. Thank you. It says deleted link. I think it says that just for you, Linoleum. It works for me. You like Final Fantasy V way more than Final Fantasy VI. You have played this game so many times, it really lends itself to interesting challenge runs. Yes, that's kind of what I'm getting at in the end. I absolutely love the concept and style of Final Fantasy VI. It looks better in my opinion. I like the music better. I wouldn't necessarily generally say it's better. It's as a whole concept and game as a development, I think it is just far more advanced. Overall, Final Fantasy VI is just amazing. But there's just the one thing that I miss in Final Fantasy VI, and that is the ability for challenge runs. It's just, the way it's built, it doesn't lend itself that way, that's just how it is. And the ability for having interesting challenge bosses, so to speak. It does have certain gimmicks in Final Fantasy VI that you can use, but you never really have to. Which is kind of proven by my casual playthrough of Final Fantasy VI. My party, at the end, I like to call the Wild Team. And the Wild Team consisted of Gao, who, once he starts raging, you can no longer control him. It contained Umaro, which you cannot control him in the first place, he only ever attacks and uses his abilities on his own volition. And you can use... And I used Mog. Once he starts dancing, he can no longer control Mog either. And then, with that team, I had Cyan in there too. Nice elixir. Cyan usually has an ability that is generally not terribly strong beyond the early game with his sword ability. The issue with it is you actually literally need to activate it and then wait until it fills up the bar to a certain degree. And usually in combat you don't necessarily have enough time to wait. It kind of feels inefficient because your other characters are just not doing anything while you wait with Cyan. So he does not just delay his attack but all the others as well. But that's why I had all the other characters who would start dancing, raging and attacking on their own volition anyways, even if I didn't control them, so I had enough time to charge up the attack with Cyan. If I had time for that and didn't need to heal everybody. So that was my strategy there. Different tone in 6 is more heartfelt and deep, and 5 is more light-hearted adventure with more humor. That sounds about right, yes. Both are ways in their own rights. 5 is also kind of like, if you look at the progression, Final Fantasy IV had a... I actually don't know too much about it. Had a pretty immense story, and then Final Fantasy V feels very bland and flat in comparison. It is very clean, so to speak, like just a clean template for building work upon it. And then they combined the idea of Final Fantasy IV and V And just made that ridiculously grand story of it. Angry 80%. Am I going to do solo Umaro? I considered that. The thing is, it's just not that great, because you have to get to Umaro, which already takes quite a long time. And then you need to just level him up. Plus, I believe there's already solo Umaro video on YouTube. So, not that motivated for it. Yeah, I'm not sure how to invite, unfortunately. I looked around for a while here. Let me actually see, can I... Yeah, I actually can't create invites. Happy, sorry about that. Moonies should be able to invite you. And Keshura might be able to invite you too, not sure. I don't know how active it is. To be honest, I have pretty much all channels muted on most Discords, so I don't really check it much. What's that? Good evening, Celasio. How are you doing? White Mage only, that's really hard, isn't it? Yep, well, let's put it this way. It is hard in the sense that you need a lot of patience and also a lot of endurance. I don't think it's necessarily hard to execute, but that's true for most RPGs. So that is the definition of hard, so that is correct, yes. You get him when you go back to Nash in World of Ruin and recruit Mog. Yes, you can. Which is pretty far into the game until you can do that. If he were earlier and you could have him guaranteed in the party for the entirety of the game, I might consider it, but like this, just... it's not all that interesting. The interesting thing about 4 Berserkers was that I had options with menu setups, although the options were kinda limited, to be honest. But the final boss with my 4 Berserkers worked out really well, I would say. As basic as it is, I'm enjoying Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, I mean, it's a good game. It's also very different without the MP system. Well, I guess it depends on which version you're playing. But yeah, Final Fantasy 1 is fine. Nothing wrong with it. Personally, I just couldn't get into it, to be honest. I didn't find it to be particularly interesting. Had a 15-hour shift, wow. Welcome home, I hope you can rest now. Do I think I'm going to come back for RPG Limit Break? What do you mean exactly with that? I do plan to go to RPG Limit Break. As in, I will try my best to be able to attend. If I can, monetary-wise, I will. Either way, there's actually a bit of a shift on what I'm going to be doing this year. More information will come when I have worked out more. Basically, the stream is going to stay as long as I can keep it up, either way. But it might have a short break somewhere in there until I'm back. Oh, you meant come back here to the States? Yeah, I mean, if I want to attend, I have to go over there, right? That's the idea. Yes, that's the plan. Also, by the way, in order for me to have a solo white mage challenge, every time I go to bed and heal, I have to kill off the other characters again. So what I did, I equipped everybody with a mithril dagger so they can one-shot themselves. PS1 version. I actually have no idea with how that works out. I actually didn't even realize there's a PS1 version of that. Yes, 13 through 19 is RPG limit break. They had to reschedule a bit because the hotel was... I think someone messed up with the schedule planning. They made PS1 Final Fantasy 1 too easy. Usually I don't really enjoy the type of difficulty in RPGs, where it's just, well, it's difficult so you grind for a while. Unless it's a very peculiar type of way. Like, the thing I, interestingly enough, enjoy the most is when you just start a game. Like, the old CRPGs are especially notorious for that. You go into the first dungeon, and you can barely defeat one enemy. And then you need to go back and rest. Then you do that for a while, and then you slowly start getting more power. You can take on a few more enemies, go back to heal again. I actually really enjoy that slow crawl until you are somewhat stronger in the end. But only at the beginning. Once you start getting more and more deep into those kinds of games and dungeons, it stops getting being that interesting to me. It's a bit odd. How long did the Soul Cannon drag? About 1.5 hours, I would say. Not entirely sure. Probably a bit less. It uses MP system. Arcana is great for power creep. I don't remember. I don't know that game. But I'm mostly talking about this game like the old Might and Magic series. Type thing is. The game was very difficult, even if very powerful, something could potentially kill you. Right. The thing is, I enjoy when I have agency over whether something kills me, or when, instead of, well, you got unlucky so it kills you. Like if you encounter an enemy, he kills you because he uses a spell that you didn't know it had. I'm okay with that, as long as there is some way to counteract those types of spells or situations, as long as I'm properly prepared for it. That is kind of a learning process. Might and Magic. My introduction to the Might and Magic series is actually through Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I played that game to death, so did my entire family, by the way. We played that game for so ridiculously long. And then eventually I learned that there is more to the series. And I think my older sister actually bought me a game that was called Might and Magic 8. It was a weird 3D game that I was not quite familiar with yet, but it was quite interesting, so I played that for a long time, started to learn more and more about it, and I was always a bit excited when there were some creatures that I knew from Heroes of Might and Magic 3 in it that I encountered. So that game was my introduction to the Might and Magic series. Eight? I like 8. But that's probably just a big reason as to why... let's try that again. A big portion of that is probably because that was the first one I've seen. You suggest 6 and 7. I played 7 a bit, I did play 6 a bit. Those have similar styles, I know. The one before that were grid-based, if I'm not mistaken. I did watch an entire playthrough. That was the first playthrough series I actually watched of Might and Magic 6 and 7 by RPGini. That is like, what now? 10 years old? 11? 12? Something like that. The series, I mean. It's hard to think. It's mostly just how they determine power. It's not that the game is mean or unfair, it just seems like going from level A to level B, there's a large gap in mob strength, so you need to work to get the advantage back in every zone. Oh, I see. That's kind of what I generally like, though, in a sense, Orcrist. Basically, you get into a new zone and immediately realize, whoa, I'm not strong enough to do much in that. But if you can manage to just defeat a single enemy, you start to noticeably have rewards. Like, if it takes you, let's say, 20 minutes to defeat one enemy in the higher level area, and it's equally rewarding to bashing enemies in the lower level area for 20 minutes, defeating 50 of them, or 100 or 200 in those 20 minutes. To me, that is way more exciting to beat one higher level enemy instead. So yeah, by the way, we are just grinding elixirs here. I think once we gain another level or so... No, let's make a goal for how many elixirs we want. Let's get up to 55 elixirs. Once I get 55 elixirs, I will venture into the next area. Before that, stock up on Phoenix Stones. One thing I also noticed is Final Fantasy VI menus are not nearly as responsive, it seems, compared to Final Fantasy V's. At least in my opinion. Did I get an elixir? No. By the way, whenever you see at the top of the screen when I defeat enemies, gained 2 ABP, that is basically ability points, and those are used to train your job classes. Those points you use for your characters to learn individual job classes and master those job classes. The higher or up you train your individual job classes, the more passive abilities or active abilities you unlock from them that you can then subsequently add to your character when using a different job class from the one you've learned. So currently I've already completely mastered the White Mage job class. So unfortunately those ability points are all completely useless to me. But it's an interesting way to train up your character's job classes just by using them. It's a similar system to Seeker of Mana, where you train up your magic just by using your magic, which is actually something I really enjoy. It gives you a reason to use magic, instead of just going like, oh, I could use one spell to wipe out all enemies within 2 turns. Or you can just go, well, I can do that, or I can preserve all my magic by only ever using my other items, which takes me 20 turns, but I don't use any resources. Which is really annoying and tedious. And you don't want to do that because it's just so slow. But if you feel like you need your resources later, that's just a bit awkward. It was an old SNES RPG, a dungeon crawler / turn-based. The rabbit is so full from the delicious spaghetti that he is still sleeping. The rabbit rolls over and romps at the air as he dreams of delicious spaghetti that Takasa TV made. Nice. Hey Johnny, how are you doing, sir? Oh. Oh. I don't have MP anymore. Also, apparently... Sorry. I was a bit distracted by suddenly realizing that my foot hurt. Apparently, me bumping that thing into some random things earlier was not so good. Oh well. By the way, originally my plan was I need to grind here for ages anyways, so I might as well use elixirs to heal up so I don't have to go all the way back there to heal. But then at some point I started realizing I'm actually using up elixirs at approximately the rate that I gained them, which is not so great. By the way, I considered turning all my other characters into geomancers because they look like they are already in their pajamas. Because why not? Also, my goal is to keep all the other characters at the lowest possible level. And then only once I want to level up the secondary character, I'm going to kill off fairies and then level up that secondary character. That's the idea. In Final Fantasy V, experience is actually shared among your party, so in theory, fairies gains 4 times more experience from those enemies than we would usually expect, so leveling is not all that slow in comparison to how slow it could be. Oh boy, I'm starting to feel my back again. But I'm not going to not sit up straight for now. How much experience do I need? Let's put it this way. The experience I need to get up to level 60, 70, something like that. I don't know actually. Something like that. But more importantly, I need 99 elixirs before I complete the first third of the game. And our progress through the first third of the game is we have one more pretty strong boss and then 3 mini bosses ahead of us. I cannot defeat the next boss yet before I go and level up my character, because this is going to be the best opportunity to level up my character for a long time coming up here. So I better should take advantage of it. You too. Aww. Oh. But yeah, I need 99 elixirs before I go there. That is a basic requirement to beat one of the bosses. Just one of them. Ironically, that boss is just before I would gain a higher level healing spell that would allow me to actually heal against his attacks a bit better without outside of just items. So this grind is not going to be done anytime soon, so to speak. But that's also why I decided to break it up into portions. Like, I grind out up to 55 elixirs now, going to the next area, grind out character levels a little bit. Then probably come back here, grind out up to 60 elixirs, defeat some more bosses. After that, Then I grind out some more elixirs, defeat the next 2 bosses, then grind out the rest of the elixirs, defeat the last boss, grind out any elixir that I may have used, and then finally we move on. That's just White Mage solo challenge for you. Poor White Mage has been dragging 3 corpses around the world. Nah, they actually are walking on their own volition. Don't worry about that, they do indeed walk by themselves. It's just they decide to take a nap every time the battle starts, since that's what fairies tells them to do, and they don't dare to object to fairies. That would be a pretty questionable decision if they did. So yeah. This is a big reason as to why Final Fantasy V White Mage Solo Challenge is a side project. I'm not going to do that particularly often, but I do want to progress and eventually complete this challenge. So once in a while we have this kind of stream, where I also can talk with you guys a bit more and just focus more on chat. You're playing possum during fights. Slouching in combat? Madness. I think they're playing dead like hunters in World of Warcraft do all the time. At least I know now that 270 is divisible by 9. That's a plus, I guess. Final 55 elixirs might actually take way longer than I anticipated. I completely forgot how slow it is to get elixirs here. Oh. Greetings, Buzzword2 We actually defeated the Soul Cannon just earlier. I just went back to grind out more elixirs before I move on. So I break up the elixir grind up to 99 into more multiple portions. We did defeat the cannon in the end. For the cannon I decided to go up to level 32, which granted me an additional attack multiplier for the White Mage of Ferris. So I would deal slightly more damage, but still have enough healing power to not be completely destroyed. In hindsight, I could have probably leveled up way further than just level 32 in here and grinded for up with 99 elixirs already. Hooray, Zulkan is dead indeed. Only took us 1.5 hours of combat once we managed to get past the little rocket launchers. By the way, if you'd like to see a ridiculously lucky battle in this game, I have a highlight of me using a solo White Mage to defeat Carla Boss. Carla Boss is the first boss of this game, and despite being the first, I guess technically speaking he's the second boss. I don't even count the other thing in the tower. Whatever. Carla Boss, despite being pretty much the first real boss, so to speak, for a solo character challenge, he is one of the most ridiculous ones to try and defeat, because he has 3 things he can do. He can either attack you, which is not all that bad. He can use an ability called Tailscrewing You, which reduces your HP to critical, which means less than 10 HP you will have left after he uses Tailscrewing on you, so you have to heal afterwards. And then he can use an ability called Pincer, something like that. Either way, it paralyzes your character, and if he paralyzes your character, then uses Tail Screw to reduce your health to critical, and then he can just attack you. There's nothing you can do about that, you're just straight up dead. So, trying to defeat Carniboss, you need a lot of luck that he wouldn't do that, on one hand. And then you also need to eventually attack him, where he doesn't use Tail Screw. And the attack of a White Mage is so weak. Especially if you're only allowed to use a staff weapon at that point. Which is like the flail, just way worse. 30% chance to miss, ridiculously low damage, highly variable damage. Your White Mage has barely any damage output. It's kind of silly. Oh, that's true, Mirai. I actually forgot that trick. That is true. I completely forgot that. I learned that in first or second grade or so. Pizza rump. Specchio's final form in Chrono Trigger. I don't even know who Specchio is anymore. I still have to yet to complete Chrono Trigger. I managed to get almost to the end, and then derped. Oh. How many elixirs do we have? Did we get any this turn? One. We still have one more than before. Oh boy. Oh, that thing! The guy that teaches you magic in the end of time. Interesting. I never actually fought him, I don't think. At least not in his higher level forms. By the way, the reason why I save is not because it's dangerous or I worry about my emulator crashing or anything like that. The reason why I save is because I did this a few times where I derped and just kind of let muscle memory take over and Ferris casted heal on the enemies before I killed off the other characters so they accidentally gain experience. And I mean, it doesn't really matter. But if I want to go all the way, if I want to do a solo White Mage challenge, might as well go all the way and make sure the other characters have absolutely no experience. Might as well. Let's see, I don't actually know whether even all the sections here have the same encounters. It looks very much the same though. How do you get magic around magic immune enemies in the White Mage challenge? You whack them with your flail. I mean, I don't even have an offensive spell yet. You whack them with your flail, that's all you do. 4 hours on end until they fall, because the White Mage can survive forever sometimes. So yeah, courtesy of Tino, that's the entire plan. For example, if you know the encounter in the library, Biblos. I like to refer to him a lot because that was one of the more ridiculous battles that we did. So what I did against Biblos, I just waited. Kept the healing stuff in my hand. And healed, and healed, and healed, and healed, and healed until he finally ran out of magic. He has 1000 MP to begin with. His spells cost 3 and 4 and 3 MP whenever he casts them, so it takes 2.5 hours until he runs out of magic. And then I finally started attacking him. By that time he reduced my cactus level to 1. So my attacks are going to do pathetic damage in the range of 16 to like 32 or so. And he has about, I think, 3000 HP. And I have to heal once or twice every time I attack. And my heals deal, or, well, heal for less. Because my level has been reduced as well. 9000 flails. Something like that. I could go and buy 99 flails actually. I'm pretty sure I have enough money for that. And it still wouldn't make a difference since money is not an issue on this challenge. How much money do I have? 57,000. It's actually not even that much, I guess. This is the Super Nintendo version with fan translation in the beacon. No wonder its fight sounds so nice. I mean, there are ROM hacks for the Game Boy Advance version that restore the proper sound quality too. Just saying. We are farming elixirs. This is the easiest way to... in the entire game for a white mage to farm elixirs. It's still not particularly fast. Actually, that's not even entirely true. Technically speaking, it's probably easier, late game, to go into a very late game area, destroy enemies with a spell that you have at that point to actually deal damage with Holy. Get a ton of gold and just buy elixirs for 50,000 gold each. Yay, elixirs. But we won't be there anytime soon, and I need 99 elixirs before I can even buy them. And before I get holy, for that matter. So, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you guys currently playing? What is your current project? What do you generally like to play? I mean, I imagine a lot of you really like RPGs, which is why you may have found my channel, since a lot of the time I tend to play or get drawn to RPGs, even though, personally, RPGs are just one directions. I do really enjoy, actually to a large degree, platformers. Especially the ridiculously difficult platformers like I Wanna Be the Boshi, or a lot of I Wanna Be the Guy fan games, or the original even, for that matter. And also one of the more recent-ish releases, Wings of We. Final Fantasy. Oh, the original one. Nice. Earthbound right now. I like that. Final Fantasy for the first time. Oh, sweet. I hope you enjoy your playthrough. Link to the Past, Master Sword runs. Wish you good luck with that. I've actually never done Master Sword runs. I've only ever done a full game run. Poppin' Music and Beatmania. Nice. Do you have one of those special controller type thingies with the buttons? Trying to finish Mother 3. Interesting. Mother 3 is one of those games that I really want to play on stream sometime. I've recently started to rewatch Chuck Conroy's Let's Play of Mother 3, and I just started to realize I feel like I really enjoy Mother 3 more than I do enjoy Earthbound, even though I did enjoy Earthbound a whole lot. Final Fantasy V on mobile and Final Fantasy IV on PC at the moment. Interesting. Pokemon Yellow. Oh, that's a nice one. You have arcade-style controllers for both. Nice. I really like rhythm games. I just wish I discovered those earlier in my life, so to speak, where it wasn't just, what was it? 6 or so years ago when, or 7? 8? Wow, that was actually 8 years ago. Holy smokes. When a friend of mine just kind of told me, here, I think you would like this, and introduced me to a game called In the Groove 2, which was basically a rhythm game, but instead of with feet you played it on the keyboard, because that's how we had a controller. And that was awesome. I like that game. I played that a lot. I'm terrible at the game, so doing the first 3 dungeons helped me get better at basic mechanics and some more core strats. Yes, that makes sense. I only did a 12-hour challenge of Link to the Past, so basically for me it was just finish a run. I guess I did do a second and third one afterwards sometime. But I'm not particularly good at Link to the Past at all. Play Mother 3! Ah! I most likely will. But before that it's going to be Final Fantasy VII, Breath of Fire and Phantasy Star 4. Those are the next projects. Probably kind of in that order? Not sure. Really should play Mother 3. Yeah. I believe BGG actually doesn't necessarily like Mother 3. I can see why it is a bad speed run though. I believe that it's very cutscene heavy. But for a casual playthrough that is completely fine for me. I want to see whether there are different encounter sets down here. Is that the first Earthbound? No, Mother 3 is the third one in the series, actually. Mother 1 is basically Earthbound 0, if you want, like... Mother 2 is Earthbound, and Mother 3 is a Game Boy Advance game that was unfortunately never released outside of Japan, but it does have a really good fan translation. Basically, Mother 1 is a game that was for the NES, that was originally not released outside of Japan, although it had a fully functioning translation already. Then Mother 2 was released on the Super Nintendo and is known in the West as Earthbound, which was never released in Europe, but it was in the USA. And then Mother 3 was on Game Boy Advance, which would basically be Earthbound 2 in a sense, if you want to go with that numbering system. But you just generally call it Mother 3. Golden Sun is a good turn-based RPG in the Game Boy Advance. Yes, Golden Sun is really good actually. I believe that was one of my first Game Boy Advance games that I've ever had. And I really enjoyed that, with the big downside of, if you don't have Golden Sun 1 and 2, you are only getting half the story. I intended to eventually get Golden Sun 2 on the Game Boy when I was a kid, but just because there was such a huge gap between the first and the second one, it felt so disconnected that I ended up not even buying it. I never played the second one, even though I really liked the first one. And greetings, Hoppy the Fool, how are you doing? Thank you for that. I'm just basically sitting back. No, actually I'm not sitting back, I'm just relaxing. Sitting up straight though, because that's what I need to do right now. Otherwise I lose. No slouching allowed. There's also a Mother 1 plus 2 Game Boy Advance that was never released outside of Japan. Whoa, really? I had no idea. You're fine? That sounds nice. Well, we just finished Golden Sun during his Camelot month. 1 and 2, or just the first one? You're totally slouching. Ah, come on. Basically, for anyone who's curious, I always say don't slouch in your chair, because I need to frequently remind myself of it. And recently, we just happened to get into a bit of a competition, as in me and Hers. The one who first slouches in the chair is going to lose. And I feel like that is actually really helpful to me. And probably to the Hers as well. Not slouch. Sit up straight. I'm pretty sure that is going to be very better for my body in the long run once I actually get used to it. But the initial... just don't slouch in your chair until you get used to it. It's actually really tedious and even stressful, to say the least. So if anyone would like to join into that challenge, if I slouch before you, for one reason or another, you would be able to tell me, look, play this game here for one stream, and you could play, make me play anything for one stream, if you want to join into that challenge. Can even be a horror game. I really, really don't do well with horror games, but just saying. I feel like we are doing this for the greater good. Hehehe. How do we know you're not actively slouching right now? You don't. So, yeah, what Hers says. It's really just... You can either believe me that I have no intention of lying about it, or you don't. If you're not comfortable with the idea of me just saying whether I do or not, that's okay too, don't worry about it. You joined? Well then, welcome to the No Slouch Club, Black Shadow. By the way, we have no regulations of how it would work outside of streams, so I guess you can just do whatever outside of streams. Although I personally also try to not slouch outside of streams, but I'm only going to report on whether I would be slouching during streams. You like slouching too much? I mean, It's all about whether you are willing to go that distance. Basically, if you look at it this way, Mirai, for us, we know we should do it proper or sit proper, and we just need that bump of motivation to actually get it started, and eventually it will be just second nature, just kind of like you eat with a spoon because that's how you learn to do it, and that is second nature now. If you look at little kids, they don't know how to eat with spoons yet, stuff like that. I believe that will be eventually the same way of sitting up straight. And there will be no chance of me not sitting up straight anymore. But until that, it's actually a bit of a struggle, to say the least. Oh yeah, Chim, a DDR thingy challenge. By the way, I managed to beat the 5 easy now on the DDR dance pad. Yay. By the way, I'm playing Stepmania, because that's free. I would say the first stop slouching every new stream is free because we need a reminder to the challenge. The first... oh yeah. Definitely just kind of... I see you, Black Shadow, or I see Ancient stream and just go, well, sit up straight, do it proper, if I haven't done it until that point. Slouching doesn't seem to bother your body, you're trying to train yourself not to sit with your head forward. Oh, I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean with that one. But that's basically goes kind of into the same territory. The same for me, by the way. For me, stopping to slouch is both of that, sitting up straight and head not that far bent forward, because that's so convenient. I'll still try, but if Black Shadow is around, we'll just keep it up. Oh, tomorrow is, by the way, Diablo 2 race. Assassin Hardcore Hell attempts. The stream can have a duration of anywhere from 4 to, well, I guess 10 hours, depending on how early or if I die. Since in Hell Hardcore Diablo 2, if I die, that's it. Need to restart the run or do something else. I will likely just tune into Tales of Fantasia routing if it is below 8 hours though. What am I doing here? I am farming elixirs. We have 46 elixirs right now. I'm farming up to 55 and then I enter the next area for grinding their levels instead. Mr. Strickland? Ah, don't do that please, Hoppy. Basically, I always want those on the double under the rust encounters. Both of them can drop me a little elixir. I'm lucky. So this is basically the encounter with the highest chance for elixirs. PK fire! Oh, wait. What happened to Chaz? short version is very busy with all sorts of kinds of stuff, but I don't actually know any more details. Actually, I have no idea whether the encounters are any better outside over there. But I feel like a little bit of a change of scenery once in a while might be nice too. The encounters are likely not any better. Wait, did I just enter that door from the side? Not really. You need to play this game sometime. I can recommend you if you are the type of person who is easily overwhelmed by amount of options in games. Do a playthrough with the 4-Chop Fiesta. Unfortunately, the 4-Chop Fiesta is not going to start until June, but then that's going to be really interesting. By the way, we reached level 33 already with our little white mage. Still grinding out elixirs now. Another elixir, nice. How many do we have now? 47. 8 more and we move on into the next area for now. Which is going to be even more grinding, but it's going to be a bit more exciting than that. Because the enemies are actually will put up a fight. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. We're going to run for most ones anyways. I guess the encounter set here is slightly different. No, it's not. Card curses were also appearing in the previous area. Never mind. Disturbing. That reminds me. I'm actually trying to look up something real quick. I need to look up some settings real quick. Alrighty, that works. By the way, has anyone else had that on Twitch sometime recently? When an ad plays, even though you have the stream muted, suddenly an ad plays and it is very loud, obviously. But only for about a second, then it gets muted as well. I had ads play that I could mute in the first place, but others did get muted. And usually most ads are immediately muted right away, when I have the stream muted as well. But some of them are just not muted for about a second until they realize, whoops, we are not supposed to make any sound. So I kind of had that recently, I'm not sure why that happens. What am I doing? Whoopsie. You're a bit overwhelmed when it comes to Final Fantasy 4, 5 and 6. It didn't help that you didn't have the games back in the 90s. Yeah, true. But yeah, Final Fantasy 5 Forge of Fiesta is a very good reason and way to do your first playthrough of this game. And highly recommend that. It's what I did, and I really enjoyed and have been kind of clinging to the game ever since. Those ads are doing what they want. Alrighty. That was weird. Is it just me, or is sitting up straight either easier, or I'm suddenly somewhat sitting up straight, but using up a lot of energy doing so? It's kind of weird. As in, I feel like I'm getting more comfortable with it, and at the same time I feel like, wait, am I doing something wrong? Because it wasn't particularly simple before. So it kind of feels like I'm doing something wrong. I almost would need someone to tell me whether I have a good posture or not. I have to double check that afterwards, I guess. A bit draining, you have to think about it. I had that yesterday where I basically fell back into semi-slouch mode all the time. Today it seems like, nope, I think I'm still sitting the same way. And it seems to be but a bit easier. I still feel my back though. But it's getting better than before. And yes, Yainoke. How do I pronounce your name properly? Yes, that is actually absolutely most definitely a part of the reason. And I'm well aware of that. Which is also why I say, once I get used to it, i.e. my back muscles start to develop more and more, since my body realizes, whoops, I need to get stronger there, it will be way easier to keep that up for, well, basically forever, properly, anyways. But yes, my back muscles are currently rather weak. I also haven't properly exercised in years, literally. Which is also only something that I'm just basically getting back into with the DDR dance pad and stuff. So that is absolutely the case. Which is why also I would dare to say it is so tedious and annoying to get started with proper posture. I think that is the main reason. Exercise to strengthen them will probably help speed that up. Yes, I would need to exercise though. The thing is, I did try to do some various exercises, but after a week or 2 or 3, or maybe even recently-ish, 4 or 5 weeks, I start to slack on the exercises and then I start to forget about them, and that's no good. So if it's something in conjunction with something that has like a tangible thing tied to it, like I'm in the competition now with Aeters and Black Shadow, or I play on a DDR dance pad for Stepmania and I have a goal to beat level 9 or level 10 difficulties. That's way easier for me to basically keep going, because I want to keep going for reasons outside of just wanting to get fit. That is not good enough motivation for me alone, unfortunately. By the way, I don't know your history, Black Shadow, but how is it working out for you so far? Maybe you're doing this your lifelong already, and you just joined the competition to get a free tell Yaga what you streamed something day. Which, by the way, if I end up never slouching, you will get that anyways, just saying. So no matter what, eventually you'll be able to tell me what I should stream. Or on stream. You join this competition. But that is if you keep up joining the competition every time. The The best form of exercise is the form you enjoy, or at least tolerate enough to stick with it. Yes. That is what I started to slowly realize when I did all those various things, and I never stuck to them. Everything fine here, better than expected. Alrighty, sounds good. Although I'm currently once again in a phase where I just kind of go, oh, straight back, don't slouch slightly. Because currently I seem to have the habit, it seems like, the last 20 minutes, where I just slightly slouch a little bit, and that's just ever so much more comfortable. But nope, don't do that. I have to keep reminding myself of it right now. So, let's actually try to find a different topic right now. Hey Extef, how are you doing, sir? What are you playing currently? Sneaky, sneaky, Zeph. Rump. Oh, wee, Lindaru. Whoa, accidentally healed myself. Lindaru, thank you, sir, for 3 rumps in a row. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much. How are you doing, sir, Lindaru? How's it going? And thank you very much. Really appreciate that. You just made me wise 9 MP, and I'm glad about it. Right now I'm playing Making Nim. Before that I was playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Alrighty, sounds good. I'm doing excellent, thank you. I hope so do you. By the way, I asked background guy whether he wanted to do a 4-Chop Fiesta race. And he said, yeah, sure, let's do that. I hope I can hold him to that, and it will work out that I can race background guy for a 4-Chop Fiesta race sometime. Basically just, well, we get assigned a random party, let's just run through the game with that. The Ribite opens up the food box and gazes long into the abyss. Its sanity decreased by 1. I'm pretty sure that's better wording than what I wrote there. Hey. I think with the sit up straight thing, what helped me the most so far is Kashura pointing out that, look, make sure you put the weight when sitting up straight more onto the front of your body rather than all on the back. Which is actually something I didn't realize beforehand. Which does seem to make it ever so slightly easier. Attack from the back. Oh. See. Muscle memory, please. I just press A, left, and then want to press A again until I realized, wait a second. The battle screen is the wrong way around. By the way, have you ever wondered why your party is on the right side and the enemies are on the left? For some reason, at some point, I was convinced that some Final Fantasies had it the other way around. But so far, I've only ever seen it this way around afterwards. Just kind of your party on the right, the enemies on the left. Which seems kind of weird if you ask me, just kind of thinking about it. Because you're usually used to going from left to right in most video games, one way or another. That's just standard. Sure, some change it up a little bit, but the general direction is from left to right. Except for Final Fantasies, it seems. You always seem to go from right to left, in a sense. Which is so weird if I think about it. How many elixirs do we have? 50, 5 more. I'm not even sure why I was convinced it was different in one of the Final Fantasies. It may likely stem from me having played a lot of Heroes 3 or games like that, where it's from left to right. It just seems like a bit of an odd decision. I know it was like this since the very first Final Fantasy too, but I'm kind of curious as to why it felt like that was the better way to handle this. It might have actually just been from how they originally designed it, and it was maybe easier to program it that way? I don't know. That in some Final Fantasy games, when there's a back attack, the enemies sneak up on you. Your party's on the left, but I could be mistaken. Oh, yeah, you're definitely right on that one, Sirasinia. But the standard battle is still from right to left. You're definitely right with the back attack. That is the same in this game here too. If you have a bat attack, it's from left to right. Since your party isn't going to change really, the enemies are the new variety, so putting them on the left where you see them first makes sense, since your eye looks at the left first. Interesting. I mean, I've never actually even tried to look up any explanation for it, but I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's a fair explanation. Although usually in video games, when you look ahead, you do tend to look on the right. At least I do. Isn't Japanese read from right to left? It is in comics, as in mangas, yes. That's probably actually more likely to be the reason, I guess. However, I believe written letters is from above to down. I'm not sure whether it's also right to left though. Actually, that's probably the simplest explanation, isn't it? If you look at Japanese mangas, you read them from right to left. From top right to bottom left. That's probably the simplest explanation, isn't it? Which still kind of begs the question as to why do video games generally move from left to right then? I guess not all of them originate from Japan, do they? Moving from left to right is different from having a whole new mostly static layout pop out. Yeah, that makes sense, that's true. In a bowl, bottom to top, macaronis, shredded cheddar cheese, bolognese, ketchup, more macaronis, more shredded cheese. Ketchup? You put ketchup in there? Oh, whoops. I never even considered putting ketchup into spaghetti. That sounds interesting. Enjoy. Oh, over already. Also, we have 52 elections, 3 more, and then we're going to move out for now. We're going to the next area. Actually, no, we are going to buy 99 Phoenix Stones. And then we go into the next area, plunder all the chests, run from a ton of enemies until we reach the point where we have the enemies I was talking about earlier, the Hydras. I believe in the... By the way, this game has been translated to English on the PlayStation version. It's called, I think, PlayStation Anthology. Which, by the way, PlayStation Anthology for Europe includes Final Fantasy IV and 5. For the US it includes Final Fantasy V and 6. Molly's Final Fantasy Chronicles is 4 and 5 in the US, something like that. It's a bit weird with the naming. Either way, in the PlayStation translation, which is very, very, very questionable, to say the least. Essentially, pretty sure the translator had no idea about fantasy creatures. The enemies are called Hydora, as in literally Hydora. Or wyverns are called Y with a Y, just the letter Y, and then burn, wyvern. There are lots of those kinds of oddities in there. Although I dare to say, I like the PlayStation name for Lena, better. Chronicles is 4 and Chrono Trigger. Oh wow, really? I knew Chrono Trigger was on PlayStation, but I didn't realize that was in a bundle. It can work, tomato and cheese. Yes, I mean, it does sound quite nice with ketchup. I was confused, but none of several Chronicles have a Chrono Trigger. Yes. Although, from all what people tell me, Chrono Trigger on PlayStation is really, really terrible because of the loading times for each battle. Which is probably also true for all the Final Fantasies. I can't confirm that for Final Fantasy V. Do not play Final Fantasy V with the PlayStation version. Just don't do it. I feel like it's maybe a fun experience once, but at least don't do a 4 Berserker challenge. That took way too long. Yes, that one, Wyvern. That one. Exactly that one. Anthology is how we got introduced to Final Fantasy V, actually, here in the US. Nice. I mean, it's not terrible, but if you have the access to the other versions, I recommend those. It would be a good speed game, since you get a bathroom break every time you get into another room. Yeah, well, your bathroom breaks must be a bit shorter than mine still, though. Because I feel like the breaks are just long enough to be irritating, but not long enough to do anything in between. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Is this still the farming you started after the Soul Cannon? Yes, Sonjur, welcome back. We have 52 elixirs so far. So we're getting there, eventually anyways. We already gained a level on our character, so that's nice. Oh, correction, we gained 2 levels already. Or did we? No, it's just 1 level. We're almost at 2 though. I think what I missed the most compared to Final Fantasy VI is press L or R to target all targets. So in this case I have to go all the way to the left to the end of the enemy screen, and then I can target all of them. It's way more convenient with just pressing L or R. I think that's why I've never played 5. I got burned too hard by the load times of a bad port. Alrighty. Yeah, I can see that. For me, I actually had Final Fantasy 4 and 5 since ages on PlayStation. I just never got around to playing it. Because I don't have a PlayStation. It's one of those games that I saw at some point on a flea market and just thought, oh, I like those games, let's buy them. It was like $5, so I would say it's still definitely worth the investment. I do technically have an official version of this game here. 2 actually. Final Fantasy V as well for Japanese. Which, by the way, for the 4-Drop Fiesta, I might do a run on the Japanese version on console sometime. Maybe. We'll see. Yes, this one here came out on the Game Boy Advance, which is a way better version. It even has some extra content, which seems to be quite intriguing. 53 elixirs, 2 more. The only downside of the Game Boy Advance version is the music quality just is not as good because of the hardware limitations. But there's nothing you can do about that really. Well, outside of playing a ROM with the... Nice, another elixir. Playing a ROM with the music hacked back into it from the original SNES version. Which there is a version of that, by the way, just in case you're wondering. I guess the resolution is also not as large as the SNES version. Because, well, Game Boy Advance is a handheld, so it has smaller resolution. Which is actually the biggest reason why I've not played that one. I do enjoy a reasonable size resolution for my games. In general, I don't play much handheld games because of that. Oh, nice, we are done with elixir farming, guys. We have 55 elixirs. That is like 20 more than we initially started with. No, 20 more than we had after Soul Cannon. Actually, that's less than that, isn't it? Either way, we have 55 elixirs. The next station is going to be 70 elixirs after we get past the next stage, but first we're going to go into a new area finally. Just to have a bit of a change. Stop slouching, I'm not slouching actually, yay. How are you holding up, Mr. Black Shadow? Two Carcursors. Same chance to drop an elixir as the undead husks, so might as well kill them. Fairies gained a level too. How convenient. Basically get a level before we go outside here. Okay. I was reading erasing data. No, I don't want to erase data. It's because of stuff. Oh, hang on. I need to get Phoenix Stones first. Phoenix Stones are the cheapest if you go and buy them in Butt's home village. Because all the prices there are half of what you normally pay for the shop. Also, I really like the music. I'm probably going to take a short bathroom break after I go to the inn, and then we go into the next dungeon to farm for levels in a different fashion than usual. I don't know whether life spells work as well, but I'm going to try. Wait, he doesn't sell Phoenix Downs? Oh no. Let's just buy a ton of tents then. He doesn't sell Phoenix Downs. Oh. So, alrighty. Taking a very short bathroom break, be right back. Oh, I completely forgot there's a cutscene if you sleep here. I'm back. What's wrong? Solar Lena, it is Solar Fairies actually in this case. I'm going to level up bots as well. Because there's going to be a place where we need 2 parties. And I want to bleed everything with a Solar White Mage, so I'm just going to level up a second Solar White Mage for that occasion. Only to about level... what was it? 40-ish? Then that White Mage is going to be dead as well again. No bathroom breaks until this is over. Well, I feel like if I do that, I would probably not have enough food to go all the way through. And even if I did, I would be really, really stinky once I'm done. Let's not do that. You skip glitches in Terranigma. There needs to be something like the Zelda screen warp glitch. We tried a lot of things, Linia. We tried a lot of things, we couldn't find anything. There are a few weirdnesses and glitches that we managed to do, but nothing ended up being particularly useful, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your point of view, I guess. Don't put yourself in hospital for Final Fantasy V. Yeah, I don't recommend that either. Where was the items merchant in here? I completely forget where it is. Also, greetings to Yuriki Audition. How are you doing, sir? Was it in the inn? Ah, there he is. Potion and tents. Nope. We need Phoenix Downs. Phoenix Downs are actually really expensive in this game. And yes, there is still a warp there. Which would skip one of the more interesting portions of the game in my opinion, since the underground section is actually really neat. I like it. I would rather be able to skip the big fish somehow. Then we could actually implement another road for leveling. So 81 Phoenix Stones will have to be enough for now. Running was really hard not to crack. Yep, that sounds about right. Rabbi finds a suspicious taco in a food box. It looks like it developed sentience. Hello, friend, it suddenly says, scaring the rabbit away. Aww. Lonka ruins. Boy. Lonka ruins, for the most part, it's not terribly exciting for our poor little white mage. The enemies have pretty high health, and trying to plink them all to death slowly is not terribly interesting or exciting, so we just run away. Only encounters. Yeah, Arczilla's just streaming for now. I think there's more potential in RNG manipulation in that game. I could have sold a ton of stuff to get more Phoenix Stones, and I just realized. A bit late now. Oh yeah, there's Alexis in here too. Yay. Doing good, glad to hear that. Phoenix down. Hey, that's nice. World Demon! Hero 2. 124 damage. Usually, in your regular playthrough, that is kind of threatening. But my character has a level with which I normally complete the game with a 4-drop Fiesta party already. So, not terribly threatening anymore. Most of those items here, like I think that's the gold armor over there, is not terribly useful for our little white mage, but hey, gold shield it is. Might as well pick up everything. Because I just feel like exploring the ruins. Plus, I'm not entirely sure where to go through anymore. Let's see. Equip the healing rod, heal yourself, and then run away. I think that's a healing place. Or a saving place. I don't need that one, I need the next one. There are 2 safe spots in this dungeon. High potion. By the way, high potions, as silly as that may seem, are a really good item right now. You can't buy them until you complete the first third of the game, basically. 5000 gel, shuriken, power ring, full moon, and an ancient sword. You try to go straight forward, you fall back down. That's okay, because I got everything from here now. I'm really surprised that I still know where to go. I don't think I've made a single misstep so far, in the sense that I could have picked up more stuff. Or couldn't have picked up stuff. Either way, everything has been rather efficient for my pathing so far. Which is surprising, since I haven't done that in a while. I guess I've played this game quite a bit. I think one of my favorite runs that I did is the 4-drop Fiesta with a solo character. This Lamia here can drop a tiara, or at least you can steal a tiara from her. Tiara is actually a really good item for a dancer this early on. I didn't know that in my first playthrough. I kind of wish I did. So, this is where I'm going to be saving. After that, I'm going... over here. I'm a lift. There we go. Cabin. Underneath it. And this is where we run around for a while. This area here has Hydra encounters. Hydra. Which are pretty strong, but they are undead for some reason. You can't just heal them, or heal them to death for that matter. Thunder, by the way, is always a quarter of your health, I believe. But hey, Phoenix Stones don't get reflected. So they give me 3,108 experience, which is way more. Oh, they even give my Phoenix Downs back. Nice. Which is way more than pretty much any other enemy. So yeah. Also, I can charm those guys. They get confused and attack their own allies. At least in theory. I can use a Phoenix Down on you. I have no idea whether this encounter here is particularly worthwhile to try and beat. Probably not, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, this is the riding spot, by the way. That's why I bought so many Phoenix Downs. I just use Phoenix Downs on Hydras, preferably individual Hydras. And label here. Can also control a Lamia and learn 1,000 needles early. Interesting. I forgot about that, but that's only if you have a Beastmaster in your team. Which, if you are bound to the Forge of Fiesta, you may or may not have a Beastmaster. I did have a Dancer and a Thief in my team, and I didn't know about the thing, so it was a bit silly. Hydras are really strong. So I'm poisoned now. It's a bit irritating, but not terrible. Goodbye. Might as well use up all the potions. I have no other use for them either way. And antidotes? I could use spells for antidotes instead. No, don't put me in the food box, I need to stream. No, get in the box! You're sounding like Takarian now already. Get into the pot, Dark Looper. No, let's not do that. I need to stream. Unless you give me a good internet connection inside the box. Then we can talk about it again. Oh boy. But you have to sit up at least straight up on the box. Let's see. Yeah, you gain levels really quick in comparison to pretty much any other place for a long time. So that's where I'm going to be leveling. Actually, there might be one place that is better to level a bit later. But I'm actually not sure about this one. I think this is the highest experience area that you can get for leveling with Phoenix Downs anyways. I'm not sure, there is later on a mountain pass, or just an entire mountain. Where there are undead Tyrannosaurus Rex, whatever you want to call those. Nebby, get back in the box. Best internet provider for the Swiss mountains? I don't know. I just have Sunrise. I never compared them, to be honest. I was too lazy. And this one is just a convenient option because it also works for my phone. Oh yeah, it depends on where you go. This area is here specifically has a reasonably high chance for a Hydra. I don't know about the other areas, I don't even know whether there are any, but this here is just a really weird a little spot for those encounters. I don't think it's worth fighting this one here. Killing off those local knights alone would take like 2, 3, 4 minutes. I have no idea how long it would take to kill off the wizard. You don't think it appears anywhere else? Really? I don't know. Not that common, I guess. By the way, I just received a message. We have a hello in background guys chat now as well. Super happy little grimer, but it may not stay depending on whether BGG will have to put his old emotes into FSC now. Or FSZ. Z? I think it's Z, right? Z, C, and Z. That's the difference, I believe. Hello! I love Grimer. Hehe. No, poison breath. Rude. Goodbye. It's actually really convenient that those gives me Phoenix bounce right back. I might as well use MP to heal. Or remove that poison. There's really not much of a reason not to. Oopsie. Wasn't paying attention. That was a really long loading time to get back up there. That's kind of strange. By the way, over there, that's our next boss. I'm not going to beat that guy until I level up to quite a few numbers. So, in the meantime, while I'm trying to find that, let's see. I'm trying to find... just kind of on the side, I'm trying to look for... a list of enemies for Final Fantasy V. What the list should contain is... I want to see whether it would be more efficient for me to farm those undead Tyrannosaurus later, or whether it's better for me to farm the Hydora here. As in, I want to get at least level, I don't know, 45, 50, something like that. Probably depends on what gives me the next attack multiplier. Which, by the way, I know how to calculate. I even have a little Google sheet that allows me to do so. Okay, poison breath. Ow. Rude. Isn't there only one Tyranno? There are undead dragons and Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Hiryu mountain. Let's use magic instead. Yes, there's one with the boss, but right after you get into the Hiryu mountains, where there's a whole slew of undead enemies. Specifically, there's the boss at Tyrannosaurus Rexes, basically. Kind of exactly, pretty much the same as the boss you just slayed with a Phoenix Down. And then there are undead dragons, which also are susceptible to Phoenix Downs, I believe. And I'm trying to see whether or how much experience they give. Let me actually look that up real quick. Final Fantasy V enemy list. I don't remember the enemy names. Let's see. So we have the Hydra enemy here. Let's see, that's the one, and then we look for the other one. Where do we have them? There's Zombie Dragon is one, and the other one... I actually have no idea, I missed him somewhere. Where are you, Tyrannosaurus? Whatever thingy. It says Zombie Dragon is immune to revive skills. Also Bone Dragon is also immune. Oh. Oh. All the Bone Dragon? Bone Dragon, there it is. It has 2600 HP basically, gives me how much experience? 890 times 4, I guess. Or is it times 4? Let's see, in comparison to Ghidra. No. Wow. Actually, it's not even a competition. The Ghidra here is way more valuable than... Wow. The Ghidra here is way more valuable than anything else that I can get in the entire game, basically, until I get the thingy. That means I have to basically level up here for the final level. Because that is just the most efficient thing I can do. I have to stay here and grind indeed. That's what it looks like. The Ghidra is a tough enemy except for Phoenix Down weakness. Yeah, it seems. Also the other enemy formations I have never seen anywhere else before in this dungeon. Which looks really weird to me. 3 of those Lonka Knights? That's a first. Also, is it just me, or does that Hydra there in the back look different than the one we are actually killing? I just realized that. That Hydra looks more green. The one we are killing looks more blue, right? So yeah, even if I could Phoenix down the Bone Dragons, the Ghidra here is just way more valuable. To be fair, it takes a bit longer to get one of those. But it's likely still way better since we can one-shot it. They're different colors of the same sprite. Yeah, well, on the baseline it's just different enemy in that case though. But true. So that means I'm going to stay here until I run out of Phoenix Downs, I guess. Which might be a while. Or I'll run out of magic. Which, even then I would just use a tent instead. Which also explains as to why this guy here doesn't seem to use Poison Breath and deals a lot less damage whenever he attacks us opener. Yeah, it's definitely a different color. I didn't realize that up until now. Well then. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are in it for the long haul. Let me actually look up T-Hawk's report on the White Mage and see how long he grinded for that one particular boss. For anyone who knows the game, the boss is called Atmos. That is why we are grinding out both high level and elixirs to be able to survive his onslaught until he runs out of magic. That's literally what we're going to be doing. The Archea Avis isn't the same sprite. Yeah, that's a different one. But that's not about Archea Avis. It's about the Hydra there in the back, the green one and the dark green one. Oh, I just realized. I could equip a different thing here. The Elf Cape will give me 1 in 3 chance to avoid physical attacks. I take a lot less damage overall. Like the rush, I'm pretty sure can be avoided through the Elf Cape. It's been a while. Some dragons are not immune and are not heavy according to your algorithms. Oh, zombie dragons are not immune? Interesting. Zombie dragons, yeah. But even if you could grind zombie dragons, those guys here give twice the amount of experience compared to zombie dragons. So I think they are slightly better. It really depends on what kind of encounters you would encounter in those areas, I guess. Actually, the Riserizer, it might just be that it's information about a different version. The algorithms guide is about the Super Nintendo version, and you might have one that is referring to other versions, since there are version differences. Make sure you look up information for the Super Nintendo version. So the question would be, what is the chance of us encountering a Hydra, a single Hydra here? If it's like this is most definitely absolutely faster. But if it's different, like... oh, for quarter. Rude. If it's different, we might want to reconsider. What's the estimated time till end credits? 200 hours? Ish, something like that. It depends on whether you want to calculate in the deaths as well, I'm not. Or just in-game time. But yeah, this is not a single sitting thing for Wars. This is a side project that we continue once in a while. The level death spell. Oh yeah, we are dividable by 4 now. I forgot about that. So yeah, already. Let's see. Okay. Need to move in a position where I can sit up straight better again. Feel like I might have been slouching just a little, but not really. And not for long if I did. Oh, come on. Yeah. Yeah, right, Mage report by T-Hawk. Let's see. Oh, I see. That's a different thing he did. I'm just looking up real quick which level he has. Alright, it looks like T-Hawk went for level 64 to be able to defeat Atmos. Sounds like a reasonable thing. Wait, what? Also, apparently, those encounters here you can charm the Hayudora. And they can't cast Quake. Don't want to turn the stream over to you. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I may have missed something. So if that thing just always casts Quake, those encounters here might be easy to kill as well. Ta-da! 2550 experience. Takes longer than the Hydra encounter, but maybe it's worth it because it's basically 2 encounters I can fight. Encounters you were talking about slouching? Oh. Well, as I said, I just sat in a better position, so I would be sitting up straight better? I'm not sure. Pretty sure I was sitting here for about a minute at least. No, maximum, that way around. Where I guess I was half slouching? I didn't even know that was a thing until recently. But now I'm not. What's the endgame like here? Do you get the ultimate holy spell or something? Yes. The thing is, once you get holy spell, everything will be super easy and a breeze, no problem, no questions, no problems anymore, basically. But until then, it will be rather difficult to... don't do that. Until then, it will be pretty tricky to get there, because of the White Mage super low offense and the very limited selection of weapons. Good Hydra. Keep casting Quake. And yes, the Holy Spell is the reason why I will train up a second solo White Mage. To be able to have one solo White Mage go on the one side of the tower and the other one goes up on the other side of the tower. Final Fantasy 5 feels so good. I agree, it's really awesome. You just realized this, the only Final Fantasy before 8 you haven't played was to challenge a normal playthrough. Let's put it this way. If you know how to handle enemies, or bosses more specifically, this game is pretty easy. But your first playthrough when you don't know how to handle enemies and bosses proves to be quite a challenge. Personally, I did my first playthrough as a 4-chop fiesta, which means I'm limited to 4 chop classes and I can only have one of each chop classes at any given point in the party, once I unlock them all. And thus it was... Hey, they drop elixirs. Nice. It was actually quite a tricky challenge to get through, but it was a very enjoyable challenge. Since Final Fantasy V, compared to at least 6, I don't actually know much of the others, compared to 6, bosses often have some form of weakness that you can exploit in many ways even, but you need to be able to get there, so to speak. or you need to learn about them and know about them. And you can just try out a lot of things, and it's really nice. The challenge level, as I said, it's there. It's not too easy, but it's also not that difficult once you know what you're doing. Which probably is true for everything, isn't it? I just recommend doing a 4-chop fiesta as a first playthrough if you are overwhelmed by the chop system. Other than that, just go ahead and enjoy it. Other than 6 first time, I'd say. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. 6 has a lot of to do, and it's really great overall. But this time, this game here focuses more on bosses and your proper planning and setup to beat them too. You were wondering why I was farming. I did not know there were elixirs here, actually, Yannick. I did not know there were elixirs here. Eventually I will probably go back to the ship's graveyard, but considering those guys here drop elixirs too, I might as well. I don't even know which ones of those enemies drop elixirs. But considering they do, this is probably just my best bet of actually acquiring them while I'm farming for experience as well. So yeah, the plan is to get up to level 64 with this mage here, or well, with fairy, so to speak. And then I will drag a second white mage to level 35, 40, something like that. And then we are out of here, which is not going to be done today, in case you're wondering. I will likely switch over to a little bit more Tales of Fantasia routing in a while. So we get some progress in there as well. You like how many enemies have rare elixir drops in this game? Yeah, it's actually really nice, I agree. Holy single target, I believe. Is it MP efficient? I thought it was actually pretty expensive. But that might be Pearl from Final Fantasy VI that I was thinking of. Nice, we haven't seen you in a while. Those are the guys I'm actually hunting for. Those Hydras are dying to a single thingy. Give 3108 experience, give me the Phoenix down back, and are a super quick encounter whenever we get them. That's why I'm here. We are farming them. Let's see, what's our goal? I think we are aiming to get up to level 40, and then I will probably switch over to Tales of Fantasia for now. But I'm really not sure about farming this encounter. Even though they give elixirs and it's not that bad, it still takes way longer than just farming the other Hydras instead. I'm really not sure. except Berserker. Well, let's put it this way. Berserker is technically possible. It has been proven that it's technically possible, but good luck in actually doing that as a human player with limited amounts of lifetime. Yes, Berserker auto-attacks, and you cannot control him during battle. And yes, Tracer, let me actually link that real quick. There are solo character challenges, and Sola has written up most of them. They're actually a really good read. If you want to start from the beginning with his journey, start with the monk, then go to the black mage. Oopsie. Start with the monk, then go over to the black mage. And then you can basically freely choose. T-Hawk's white mage write-up is actually also really interesting if you are not familiar with Final Fantasy V yet. That was one of the first solo challenges that I've read. After I got more accustomed to the game, know more about the game, and also got accustomed to solo challenges, I have to say I feel like T-Hawk's write-up is not quite on the level of Sola's other ones in terms of entertainment, but it's a very good introduction to the entire concept of solo challenges. Oh, come on. And yes, what Ianyuki said is what is my current stand of knowledge as well. Berserker has been proven to be possible, but good luck on doing that. I've actually started a solo Berserker just offline for myself as well, with emulator speed up, by the way. And I also created a task input tool, input file with it, so I could play it back if I wanted to. And that was, I think, about 200 hours into the run when I arrived at Neo XDev. And that was with only in-game saves, by the way. Whenever the Berserker died, I just reloaded from in-game saves. But as I said, that was with emulator speed up, which is about 10 times speed or so. So good luck doing that in console. I did level up the Berserker to level, I think, 92 before going to the Sandworm. And then all the way up to level 99 before going for the last stretch. He will die to the poison soon. I don't need to do anything. You can do those kinds of things if you keep track. Sandworm! Yep. The thing is, basically I only could do this that way because I knew what Sola was writing there. So basically I actually read the Solo Berserker Apprent by Sola, and if you like a good read, that's a really good read. So what basically he wrote, in short, is it took him up to level 92, I believe, to be able to defeat Soul Cannon with a Solo Berserker. Since I knew he was up to 92, I might as well make it easy on myself, and there is no more optimal level spot after you defeat the Sandworm. So I decided to just straight up level up to 92 before Sandworm, to make that boss a bit easier too. Or less random for that matter. And Sandworm was on level 92 a breeze. I believe Sola leveled up to 64 to finally beat the Sandworm, and he had an entire write-up about it. And then he hit another brick wall on the Soul Cannon. Fun times. I mean, I could, when we are back to elixir farming, I could read through the Solar Berserker as well again on stream. I believe I did that once already, but whatever. I really like that, so might as well do it. What level are we? 38. Let's go up to 39 and then switch to Tales of Fantasia. And I think I'm going to run from the other encounters. They do drop elixirs, yes, but it's just so much slower to defeat those instead of just farming for hydras. They don't even give as much experience as a single hydra. It's a bit silly. I wonder whether those hydras have a rare drop, or only the standard drop with Phoenix Stones. That would be interesting. Hey Black Shadow, are you still around? How are you doing, sir? Oh, hi. Welcome. Welcome to your stream, Hydra. And goodbye, Hydra. You didn't get poisoned. That's nice. So I think that was the second one, about 6,000, 12,000, 24 to 6 more hydras and we are leveling up. Oh, nice, welcome. I actually like it when he uses poison breath when we get back attacked from it, because then it's not nearly as bad. And his physical attacks would deal twice as much damage in comparison, which could actually start getting dangerous. Hi, greetings, Mr. Drumboardist. How are you doing, sir? I'd just like to poke my head in after hours of work to say. Well then, I hope you enjoy your lurking. And thank you for the information. So I did do a read up of that. Ow. It was also during your 4-character circle grind prior to Sandworm. Oh, fitting. Nice. I mean, I could do story time here, in theory. It's a bit more dangerous, as long as my character is not severely overleveled yet. Like, starting level 55, I may be able to do that without a risk. Not really enjoying the guy talking in the background, but it doesn't help your laundry get done any faster. That's unfortunate. Maybe you should turn up the volume on the speakers, put the laundry in front of it. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of more wind coming from the speakers if you there are at full volume. which could dry it a little bit faster. Maybe, who knows? Never done that before. Did I already get... no. One more. One more Hydra. Actually, those guys are called Hydra. And the other ones in the other encounter are called Hydora. Hyudora. That's a difference, I guess. You tried that. Wow. Laundry fell... what? Laundry fell asleep. Vocals are too warm and cozy. So you have sentient laundry. Do they wash themselves too? Or are they too lazy and you need to do that? Grump. Does the fairy from Final Fantasy V that you cast all the time look exactly the same as the one in Secret of Mana spell? It does, yes. Well, I'm not sure about exactly the same, but it looks very, very similar. It does look very similar. Also, that's the effect of a Phoenix Stone, the little angel reviving you. And that's pretty much the same when you revive a character. Laundry too lazy. Laundry won't nap now. Okay. Not sure that's okay, actually. That's a lot of damage all of a sudden. Thunder. That's even more damage. That's a lot more damage. Alrighty. Fairy's gained a level. So, let's go and save that. Do people not have sentient laundry? I thought it was all sentient and fluent in English. Well, maybe my laundry just doesn't understand me. To be fair, I'm not really talking to my laundry most of the time. So there might be the issue in the first place. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Going to take a very short break, like 5 minutes, and then we switch over to Tales of Fantasia roading for now. Let's see.